All right, welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. To the Wayward ones, Session 40.
Wayward ones,
Yeah,
yeah.
session 40, so lost.
We will crush the enemy behind our minds.
Okay. Sounds like Dirty Joe is on a whole different level now. Whole different
Oh yeah,
place of
level 20,
existence.
baby.
Level 20. I love it. God rays coming out from Dirty Joe's eyes. So, recap, where are we? Well, on our last session, shit really happened. Shit hit the fan. So, we had this sneak up attack on Lady Trillia, aka Princess Trillia. We had killed them. We then had obtained the chest full of the Book of the Covenant. We took the Book of the Covenant, which seems to be kind of a manuscript of sorts of rituals as well as stuff in relation to capturing souls, empowering themselves. And then they also talked about an obelisk-like structure that they had been studying in that book. And that was a quick scan given by Othala. And then we found these clay jars in the same chest. There was arguments being had. What do we do with them? How do we go about this? Why didn't the alarm spell go off from these little tiny bones? And that all took time. Casting detect magics, investigation checks, all these things. All of that was happening while this little small tiny group of rangers who've been picked off for hundreds of years gave you all a window to get into this place and killed Lady Trillia. Unfortunately, after the death of Lady Trillia and after the Rangers had been pushed off by the volleys of arrows by Lady Trillia's Rangers, they were still under these illusions, enchantments. They were still plagued by their minds. Lady Trillia was not the one who conjured these illusions and enchantments. We know who did it. We know who has done it. Orpheus. Because when the major image was sent out, a trigger had happened in the illusion, maybe even a breakage point in their minds. And without a dispel magic to stop, Orpheus then took hold. With little tendrils of connection they had, they reprogrammed them, just like the fucking Matrix. Talking talking agents, baby. And they recognized. And then Felix changed the major image, and then they knew. And so they reprogrammed them to believe that something was happening inside of there, that the princess was the princess was at potentially death, right? Right, under distress. Got to get in, got to go help. So we had a mixture of different things that we were doing during that fight. But one of the things that we came to was getting out of the way of a dragon, Rugash, that was headed for us from the lake. We got into the dungeon underneath the small wooden fort, and the rangers that were in there were far more receptive, seeing their friends being friendly from the Rod of Rulership, as well as those with the breakage of their own minds, their own wills from the reprogram. You traverse to another tunnel, stating that there was a path that led elsewhere from this place, and it became evident upon opening the portcullis-like gate and going through, right before the talons of the dragon dug through the earth, caving the tunnel behind you, that this is a path, perhaps where the dragon lies. Underneath Crepple Lake is where you are. Dribbles of the acid from above fall down, and you have gone into a chamber on the south side of Crepple Lake. You know this because when the vines of this living roof, this living cavern above you, move, water, acid falls. So this whole place is alive and suspends it so that the lake does not crush it. And you have traversed a great distance to reach this place. So this chamber is large. It's in height, as I stated, with a 20 some odd foot height. Yeah, you know that a dragon the size of Grugash could not possibly be in this chamber. This is too small for a dragon size. 4 pillars sustain, anchoring themselves through. They could be a way for the vines to anchor themselves and wrap around. At the middle is a pool with a pedestal, platform, rock, this bedrock stone of the lake. There is a black spherical egg there. Upon moving that egg and lifting it off, buoyancy the acid began to lift well underneath it, and that triggered the creature to emerge. Same creature we have experienced in some fashion, emerging from the acid, this shambling mound. As they move, they immediately go to wallop and thwack, closest that they can get. Fortunately for you, Felix has used fly, upcasting. So some of you are flying in the air, and you're able to have some distance from this creature upon its emergence. So there is room to work and room to play. Without further ado, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Dun dun dun. How long did it take us to travel?
What did
I
you
mean,
cast
no,
it
actually-
before the fight that we had with the Rangers in the the tall grass?
Yeah, no. I casted it right before we jumped over the fence. So when we were moving from the camp, right?
Alacrity.
Yeah. So when we were moving from
Still
our
up. Yeah, it's still up.
okay.
So
Okay.
there you
So-
get the D8.
Mhm.
Alright.
Item of the order, as per usual.
Oh my gosh! Really?
Yes.
Wow.
This is what Dirty Joe sounds like. Hey y'all, we're going hunting.
You gotta sing "We Are the Champions" in that voice.
Champions, my friend. Bow down now. And we'll keep on fighting to the end.
No.
This is the best.
Okay. So it's just the with the gift of alacrity.
Yeah.
Where is Heavy in the situation with all?
I believe I had him fly right behind Felix. I didn't get a chance to move him, but he would have been behind him.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and move them right behind Felix. We are in the start of round 1. Costas, surprisingly, you are first.
Yeah. There's a couple things I'd like to clarify before I get into it.
Yep.
First, these squares, they're kind of like half in the acid. Are those in acid or are those on ground? David?
Any square that has stone on it is space you can stand.
Okay. Also, does my character? You don't need. I think you said this a while ago, but it was many sessions ago, so I just need to clarify. We can like attach like torches to our belts and stuff, right? We don't need to have it in a hand, or is that not a thing? I don't remember quite what your rule was on that.
Are you saying that if you put out your torchlight, you want to be able to see where you want to hang it, suspend it? Or are you
I'm
gonna use
asking
it
if I
as a-
can suspend it, or do I need to have it in a hand?
Are you going to use it as a weapon or as a light source?
Light source.
That's fine. You can just suspend it for your belt. It's fine.
Okay, yeah. So then that would I'd already have been doing that
Okay.
before combat then.
There is enough light in
Um,
here from the light of the acid bubbling with energy. It gives light in this space. Just so you're aware.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to move behind this thing. Right there. I am 5 feet up, just to be
Mhm.
clear, as I said before. And just going to lay into it a couple times. The Warhammer. I will be two-handing the Warhammer.
Sounds good.
Let's not do one.
Okay. 28, taking the Warhammer two-hand swing, crashing into the back of the shambling mound. 8 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm gonna throw on a level 1 smite, just to see how that does.
Okay. An additional 10 points of radiant damage if the hammer itself lights with the radiance comes across, smashing to the back takes the blow with the shambling mound, moving with this liquefied vine. It's continuing to pull itself out of the acid slightly.
Then a second attack. This time with Grit Master.
Okay. 20 hits. Coming across with your secondary attack, smashing for 19 total points of bludgeoning damage into the mass. As it takes the blow, pulls itself. Little shroom bodies are like forming, so spores are kind of hitting off of it as you come across with your second attack.
Then I am just going to end turn.
Okay, we end turn. We now come to Othala.
Othal's gonna look at everyone. Remember, we're in his lair. We have to conserve everything we have, and he's gonna step back, and point towards the creature and cast Toll the Dead.
Okay. Come across, Toll the Dead, reaching out your hand towards the creature. That wave of necrotic energy pierces into the creature's mind. You see it kind of sway from side to side as it takes the blow.
Then Heavy's going to fly up towards Istriel, where Istriel's up in the air, and
Okay.
give her the help action.
Okay.
Space. We're gonna duck back here and end turn.
Okay. All right. Inquisitor!
Okay. I don't really have resources that I need to hold on to. So I will just get up to it because it's large. Being 10 feet up is still fine, right?
If you're 10 feet above the creature, you would not be able to hit.
I'm 10 feet above the ground.
And the creature is still in the acid. So the creature's like only like 5 feet above where you're at, above where
Okay.
the floor is. So you might have to
Okay.
lower yourself down
Yeah,
to 5.
I'll lower myself down to 5 feet.
Okay.
And then get right up to it. And short sword attack.
Okay. All right. So you do have advantage from flank. If you want to crit fish, you can.
Yes, I would.
The creature has turned in this instance based on being attacked by Costas and has rotated themselves. So I will turn to face them appropriately. Or see what I'm doing. So
Yeah.
19 will hit. 8 points of piercing damage is dealt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sneak.
Coming across with the sneak attack, jabbing into some of the more fleshier parts of this creature. Dealing an additional 9 points with the sneak.
All right, and then second attack.
Okay. Coming across with the second attack, offhand. Again, you have the flank, so you can roll it again.
Oh.
Oh, good. Okay. So 7 plus your mod, so 7, 5, 12. 12 for. It's going to hit. 9 points of piercing damage dealt.
Right, and then yeah, I'm just gonna circle this way.
Okay.
So hopefully it's keeping its eyes on me, and then end my turn.
Oh. Felix, up next. I rolled for you, buddy.
Okay, I will Elder Blast it.
Okay. So your Eldritch Blasts come out. You have a 14 and a 17. The 14 is going to miss. Courtesy of the new flank rules, you technically can get advantage on a ranged attack hitting on its backside of the creature. So you can choose to roll another d20 if you'd like to get the first one to hit. Okay. Unfortunately, not on the first strike, taking the second one's damage. 1 point of force damage is dealt. The series of 2 Eldritch Blasts, taking it a little bit too top to the right, kind of cleaving off some of the vine as the shoulder kind of is hit and kind of explodes outwards. We now come to Istriel.
All right. Well, we'll come down another 5. And then we'll kind of just give Tevy a pat and just go down in here.
Okay.
Flanking is control.
Flanking is alt for
Alt.
advantage. Backside is to pretty much the entire party at this point. They're turning in response to Costas.
I didn't. Alright.
All good. You can crit fish if you really want to. It's your
Yeah.
call.
And then we'll booming blade off.
Okay. So is the booming blade on the short sword swing you're doing?
No, booming blade's on the second.
Second attack. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, I forgot to do it again.
All good. You can manually roll the d20 if you'd like to. Okay. Yeah, it looks like fate has decided. With the advantage, your booming blade strike is unable to come through as the creature whirls itself back and forth, but you are able to hit it with 6 points of piercing damage for that first strike.
And still got a few more uses, so I'll just start up a blade song as bonus action.
Okay. All right, ending turn. We now come to Soren. Soren is going to move across the bridge here and then duck into some cover on the right-hand pillar. They then are going to look at the creature and fire off a firebolt. The advantage is given based on flank rules. They're still behind the creature technically in that position. 17 points of fire damage is dealt to 17 hits them, and they deal 9 points of fire damage, but it seems that the creature has some resistance to fire damage. So they're only taking half of that. They kind of throw out their hand. They begin to kind of whirl it back and forth. Just see the sizzling in the water. Kind of yell out, "Well, I don't think that one worked." And then they end their turn. All right. We now come to the creature's turn. As we come to the creature's turn, Costas, you see a rumbling of the water. This acid, there's more bubbles around the space. As the bubbles begin, 3 creatures burst out around the platform. Now, you, being above said creatures, and seeing this now, Costas, understand that each of these creatures have some sort of metallic object impregnated into their headal regions from above. You're looking down the spores, and you can see there's some piece of metal that's inside of there. The creatures are not going to roll their initiatives not until the start of the next round. This one creature, before we get to Dirty Joe at this round, looks towards you, Costas, and it is going to go in for a multi-attack to make slams against you, essentially ripping these things across, and then to hit. So it comes across once, swinging from left to right. 15 is going to miss you. Then it comes up, swinging from 1 up, top, down towards you. The secondary slam. 20 is going to hit you. You take 11 points of bludgeoning damage as the slam comes through and whips down across. Something's a little bit different in terms of this creature. This creature has little suction cup spikes from the vines, so when you're clubbed and hit, you're getting slightly stuck too. But then it kind of comes off, suggesting the creature might have to hit you with both attacks simultaneously to kind of grapple or restrain this stickiness and this suction from the tendrils of its thorns. That is the end of the creature's turn. The creature still has its attention focused on you for some reason. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Oh, damn, they're multiplying. Take them down quick.
Look at David's face.
I'm still debating whether I should keep this on the whole time.
I'll probably say it's a little bit much for Dirty Joe.
Yeah. Leave for just a little bit longer. I'm having fun being the squeaky Texan boy.
David looks like a cup.
It's been real, guys. I think they'll do it for me.
So, Dirty Joe, in your position against that target, you actually don't get the advantage. 31, though, is a massive roll. That is going to hit for 12 points piercing damage, some fire damage from your flamers. You lit 6 points of that, so it's gonna be a total of 15 after the resistance is taken through.
Didn't actually know you got flanking bonuses with arrows. So if I were to move behind him, I could even do bonus damage.
No, you just have advantage, so you have a greater chance of success. If you actually move 1 square here, you would have the advantage.
Might as well.
Yep. Hold down Alt.
Oh,
No! No! You can crit fish if
Oh,
you really want to.
it's
That's
only
fine.
the 29. What am I gonna do?
I love it. Okay. So we don't count the Slayer's prey damage into that, so it's going to be a total of 14 damage dealt on that strike. Okay, this creature is swaying from side to side as the 2 arrows land into it. It's kind of pulling itself back and forth and rolling a little bit, and kind of falling apart a little bit, right? So some of the vines and stuff are like shimming off of it.
That'll do it.
All right. Now come to the end of the round. At this point, I'm going to be rolling initiatives for the 3 creatures who have emerged, and then cycling through to the start of round 2 for the start, okay? So they're not going in that round. They're going to go in round 2. Costs, Morning Light, you're up next.
So you mentioned there were metal things in the new ones. Is that in the previous one?
That's in the previous one as well. Now that you're flying up high and you're seeing them kind of emerge, you notice the similarities between the creatures. That catches your eye. It's a blackish metal object, and right now with your passive investigation perceptions, you cannot tell what it is.
Okay. Over the mental link, they have a black metal object embedded in them, all 4. Specific. I'm gonna just say that with the mental link, then just going to launch attack. That's gonna be. Would I be getting flanking? I don't think I'd be getting flanking with the new rules.
No, because the new rules you don't get flanking because it's facing you.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just going to attack it then. With
Okay.
the 2-handed attack.
Swing away. 2-handed attack coming through. Great Whip Master still attached. 12 is going to be a miss. See as the creature pulls it, ducks underneath it, swing wildly, hovering in the air. Light.
I will make another attack.
18, that will hit. Up and down, striking down the top end of the creature. Are you smiting?
Where am I? Level 1 smite.
Level 1 smite coming through. Skoss's Morning Light has to have it. All right, for a total of
Make sure
20 points of damage. As you light your Warhammer with radiance, you come downwards on top of the creature and you smash some of the shrooms and different things into it, and the vines begin to fall apart. And then nestled in its head regions, these vines begin to pull. You can see that the blackish metal object resembles that of a syringe in its mechanisms. The creature then begins to fall into the acid.
Would it take an action to attempt to remove the syringe from one of the other ones?
It would take an action to remove the syringe from a dead and live one.
A dead or live one. Okay.
And if it's alive, you'll have to be a contested check. You're diving
So I'm
into
just
its
gonna-
head with your hand.
I'm just gonna take out my shield then for now.
Okay.
And end turn.
All right, ending turn. Follow, you're up next.
Control. Okay. Yeah, Othal is just gonna shake his head, fuck, and walk out. Point at the whole group and cast slow. Just targeting those creatures.
Yeah, I mean, you can throw it down and then we can just say Costas gets hit. It's fine. Everyone gets it. It's fine.
I don't know why.
Everyone really saves. Everyone's getting hit by a slow. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, just for those.
Just for the 3 creatures. Oh no, not heavy. Oh god.
No.
Okay.
Heavy can't help.
Saving throw comes through with a DC 17 whiz save. All 3 of the creatures have succeeded. I've removed the slow effect from those of your party since you're targeting just those 3 characters.
Yeah, I'm no help right now. Running back. Then Heavy's going to go to Felix. Help Felix. End turn.
Oh, so many ores.
Oh no, for some reason your protection wasn't enabled, so I'm gonna put it on. Oh, okay. Okay, so Heavy is flying where? To Felix? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Alright. Thea, you're up next.
Okay. Do I notice the black things that Costas was talking about?
No.
No.
Because in your perspective, you'd have to be over top of them. Costas is kind of over top of them in the middle, so you can see that. You're a little bit too off angle. You fly a little higher up, or even closer to them, you'd see it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna actually fly over so that I'm next to Costas, but like over the platform.
Okay. So how high are you going to be?
Well, Costas is 5 feet, so I figured I'd stay at 5 feet also.
Are you going to stay at 5 feet as you crest through the attack of opportunity range? You see what I'm referring to? When you
Yes,
make
I
that,
do.
I'm assuming you're going to go up and over where they're going to be able to reach you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. This is going to be 5 more additional movement speed onto it. That's all. Keep a track of it in case you want to zip around more.
Yeah, actually, can I go over top of Costas and then like lower myself down? Because then I wouldn't be in that range, I think. Like if I go,
Yeah.
I go sideways. Yeah.
Sure. Makes sense to me.
Okay, so I'll do that. And
Okay.
then like as I'm coming down, do I see what he was talking about?
Yeah. Yep. You see it also in the one that's slowly sliding into the acid as well. One that was just defeated.
Do I recognize what it could potentially be?
A delivery device of some kind. Or an extraction device. It's the best thing I could offer.
Okay. I don't think I'd be able to beat them in a opposed check, so I think I'm just gonna attack it.
Okay. All right, come across with a short sword. 28 sees the creature's like emerging, has yet to really get acclimated here. 8 points of piercing damage is dealt, and then it's going to turn and face as it kind of rotates around towards you.
Okay. And sneak attack because it's in melee with Costa?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Okay, comes
Yeah,
through
we
the
need
sneak.
to double check.
Yeah, no, works for me. 10 points stick damage, stabbing towards the head region. Your piercing damage. And it takes the blow,
All right.
slide from side to side.
Okay, and then same thing. Second attack.
Second attack, 13, unable. Kind of breaks its vine tendril, its arm upwards, and kind of blocks the blow as it swings across.
Okay. And that is my turn.
Ending turn, Felix, you're up next.
Okay. Gonna use 3 charges of the Ring of Shooting Stars and drop a 15-foot cube here-ish to hit these 2.
Okay.
All 3 charges, they need to make 3 dexterity saving throws, DC 15.
Okay. So you're going to make 3 DC saving throws, so I'm going to get 6, and the DC's 15?
Yep.
Okay.
Then just the damage for each one, you can apply it as a.
Okay, and it's half if they succeed.
Yeah.
Okay. They're gonna succeed only on the second one, so the 7 points is actually the lowest of the damage. The rest of them they're gonna take. So in total, they're gonna take 19, round down to 3, 22
22, I
points
think.
of damage. Yep. Okay, 22 assigned.
Then I am just going to give a bardic inspiration to Israel, calling over. No, you gotta hit him. And that'll do it.
Okay. Ending turn. Israel, you're up next.
And then look back to Felix, like, oh right, yeah, thanks. I forgot about that. Yeah. Directionally, which way are these guys facing?
So the flank rules really apply to what creature has been attacked first. That's the
Okay.
first criteria taken. No flank is given if a creature isn't actually attacked by melee in front of it, right? So only one creature has been attacked with melee. It's turned and faced that creature, and that is that one. So it's turned and faced Thea, right? It's turning into its backside is exactly that. Yeah, it should be intuitive, right? And so now you're flanking, you get the advantage. So hold on, hold.
All right.
All right. Should be prompt to for bardic inspiration. Close out the window if you don't want it. 22 with the first strike is 6 points of piercing damage.
All right. And then follow that up with the booming blade.
Okay.
That did not roll it.
That
I
might-
totally held it down that time, but I don't think it
Yeah.
works with the cantrip.
It might not work with the booming blade macro the way that functions. It might be a little bit too hard for it, which is no worries. We can just get the main rule of the advantage out, and that is going to be effective to it. I should be able to retroactively apply the active effect to it. There we go, and then we have additional, I think, 15 points of damage there. So 5 and 7. Go ahead and sign that. There we go.
And then one more offhand attack.
Okay. You're using your bonus here coming across.
Yep.
Awesome. Ooh, almost. Oh, that was nice rolls. 19, 18 on the
Yeah.
advantage die. And and max damage too.
Max
9
damage.
points. Wow. Okay, so you're just coming across, slicing once, coming across, whipping around, booming, sheltering the creatures, and kind of takes some of that damage of that thunder. And then you come across for another stab at it, and really just thrashing into its vines very dexterously, very smooth.
Good slash. Yep. All right, and let's do it.
All right, we now come to Soren. Soren is going to look at themselves, looking at the creatures, and just kind of trying to understand what potentially they can do against these creatures for damage. So they're kind of noticing that their firebolt hasn't been as successful as it could be. They then are noting these creatures, and they're actually going to take a moment as an active ability to read them out. So I'm going to give them a check here to potentially understand what these creatures are, and I'm going to go ahead and roll a skill check as their action. Nat 20, Soren. As Soren looks at the creatures and tries to see them, well, they're definitely immune to acid, and most likely lightning. Some resistance of fire and cold. So just giving some helpful things to work from.
Yep.
And they're going to maintain their position at a distance where they can be somewhat successful as well as in cover. Ending turn. This mound is going to rotate its body after hearing the sound of the boom and the thunder. The other one is being as responsive as the other. And turns and is looking. And it seems to be very much guided towards two targets. Thea and Costas. Thea being as close. It's going to go for 2 slam attacks at you, Thea. First strike comes through, whipping its slam across. Its large arm appendage. 18 is going to hit you.
Mm-hmm.
That does a total of 13 points of bludgeoning damage as it comes crashing from left to right.
I will uncanny dodge that.
Okay. We'll lower that damage down to 6 then from the 13. It then comes across with the secondary slam. 23 hits you. That deals 10 points of bludgeoning damage to you. Now, being hit by once and then the other one high, one low, the vines then begin to tendril and pull around you. As they are pulling you, you are now grappled by this creature and are unable to move.
Mm-hmm.
You see as you fall prey to the grapple that the creature begins to almost pull its mouth segment outwards, perhaps in the next turn to try to eat you or engulf you. That's the end of this creature's turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, well, just to thin the numbers out, I'm going to try to kill this other one that's looks to be almost down.
All right, 24. That's going to be successful in your strike. Marking for Slayer's Prey. 21 points of damage. Resisted down to 18. Still good numbers. Fire from there, zips into it. Takes a step back.
Still alive. Well, I'll shoot it again then.
Across with a secondary arrow shot here. 29. Big rolls from Guru Joe today. Can't add the Slayer's Prey damage, unfortunately. That is a total of 11 points of damage after the resistance.
Okay, then I'm just going to scoot behind this here pillar. Beep.
Okay. All right. Come to this creature, and in unison, just like the other one, drawn and focused attention towards the center point of this pool, where this egg is. They pull themselves up, out of the space, now being higher up, 10 feet, this one, in terms of its size. And it comes in for 2 wallops. And that is in the direction once of Costas, and then the other one towards the first attack towards Costas. As it comes across with the swing, 9 is not going to be successful swinging against your heavily armored plating towards your kind of back. You take the blow, and moving to the side a little bit. And now we come to Thea. Now the creature does not get flanked because the other one on the other side hasn't actually attacked any of you yet. Thea, 19 is going to hit you with its second attack. You're hit for a total of 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm going to use my reaction to take that damage.
Okay, I'm using reaction to take damage. I'm now reverting it, then assigning to you, Costas, for 15. So as you come through its swings, you notice this almost spherical energy begins to move of this white light. And then as it takes the blow, it then kind of glances back, and then Costas is struck to the side. That's the creature's end of turn. We now come to this one. So, this creature is looking, and again, attention is still focused towards the center, just like the others. And it's going to go in for 2 strikes. One at Costas and one Thea. First strike comes through, direction of Costas. 13 misses you, Costas, as it swings. And then it's going to come in towards you, Thea. That is going to be a natural 20 against Thea for its secondary attack. No advantage is provided, considering both of you facing this creature, present moment. Thea, you're struck with 29 points of bludgeoning damage. As it comes across, you are grappled by the top one, and now being walloped by the rest of them. Position that you do not want to be in. That is the end of the creature's turn. The creature dares not make any moves, not because it's aware of the booming blade, but because its attention is drawn to those that are at the center point of this space. It's completely ignoring Istriel on its backside. We now come to the top of round 3. Costas, you're up.
You've mentioned multiple times they're attacking us at the center point, right?
We're up.
Could I grab the egg and then take the disengage action and run away with it? Or would that not? Or do I have to just fly away with it normally? Would grabbing the egg be a free action or not?
I would probably say picking up the egg is going to be a free action because it's not contested. It's not an environment that's contested. It's simply just there, floating on a thing of acid. You could just scoop down and grab it and then go. That's a free action.
So I'm gonna start by grabbing the egg, and then the moment I'm doing, I'm gonna gauge the reactions to see what, like, kind of just pat. No, I'm not gonna Is it possible if you like see how they react to me like grabbing the egg before I fly away? Or
I can't help you with that. It's so meta at that point.
okay, yeah.
That's,
Then I'm just gonna
that's like,
grab the
that's
egg.
like premonition being like, what if my character grabbed the egg? What do they do? Like, you gotta do it first, and then I'm gonna tell you.
Okay, I grab the egg. Then I am going to fly. I'm gonna take the disengage action, and I'm going to, which actually I don't know. It doesn't matter. Then I'm going to fly 60 feet. Yeah, let's say 60 feet in the direction opposite, like, yeah, 60 feet that way. Which is, wow, this is actually a really small room. So, over here.
So you take the egg flying 60 feet, taking the disengage. You notice that their attentions are slightly drawn over to you, but something happens that is a consequence. The bubbling of the buoyancy overfills, and it fills the platform, begins to seep forward. The room begins to shake, and vines grow across your entrance. As that happens, you begin to see the acid of the room beginning to fill.
I may have made a mistake.
Creatures are indeed drawn, but it's not their turn. The positions facing are accurate.
Okay, end turn. That's okay.
All right, Bala, you're up.
So this area down here starts filling up with vines, correct?
That is immediately when it was picked up, the vines just started rolling themselves, weaving themselves, and just covered the exit of the space.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right. I'm the one who said this, and I'm most likely using all of it. I'm going to. These are central pillars, like they go from the ceiling to the floor, or is there like?
That's exactly correct. They go from the floor to the ceiling, and then the ceiling is vine. So it's almost like it's an anchor point, perhaps, for the vine to work themselves down and suppress the force of the lake.
Okay. So I'm going to. I'm going to run to 10, 15. I got another 5. I'll move towards here, try to get as close as I can to that door. Point straight at Thea. And cast Vortex Warp. Going to move her. Let's just say still 20 feet in the air, but over here.
If I am not contesting it, I just X out.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
It'll automatically roll it, but yeah, it's fine. Let the automation do its thing, and we can take it from there. So you're no longer grappled, and you're going to be 20 feet into the air, which essentially is near the ceiling of the chamber.
Okay.
Bonus action. I'm gonna have Heavy fly to me and give me the help action in case these creatures come and try to grapple me.
Okay.
And then end turn.
End turn. There you go next.
All right. I'm out of that. I saw what Costas did.
Yep.
I now see that door is blocked off by vines, and I remember what happened with the vines when Joe tried to do stuff with them.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, all right. I will move and then use my bonus action to get up next to Costas.
Okay.
And reduce myself to be the same height as him. I should have enough movement for that.
Okay.
All right. Can I take his torch and put it in through the vines like Joe did before?
So you want to take your torch and push it through the vines?
Yeah, take Costas's torch because I don't have one.
Okay.
So
you're
and
gonna
push
grab-
it through the vines.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have that be your action. So
Yeah.
you grab the torch, pull it up, and then you go to throw it through the vines. As you do, the vines react, but the actual space of the vines between the other end is too thick for your reach. So as you push your hand in, they begin to move themselves away from the torchlight, hissing and sizzling, and then you go so far, but there is not a large enough gap to pull yourself through, nor you see the light get to the other side of the vine. It's thicker than 5 feet. You then pull the
Okay.
torch back, and little thorns, razor sharp, rake against your arm. Take 2 points of piercing damage from the slight laceration of your arm.
Okay. I am going to yell that we need a bigger fire over here because I think at this point getting out of here and not wasting our efforts here is smarter. So, and then I will end my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
How tall are these columns?
The columns go up to 20 feet, which is the ceiling height.
Oh, do they touch the ceiling and they're not?
They touch the
Oh,
living
that part.
ceiling, the living vine ceiling. Yep.
Okay. I'm just gonna take 2 shots at this creature with Eldritch Blast.
Okay. I will also ask, I'm not lagging out, am I, when I'm talking and stuff?
No.
Streams just have a little struggle.
Hey.
There it is.
Yes, that's so awesome. All right, so the nat 20 is going to hit. The 16 is going to hit. That's a total of 21 points of force damage applied to the creature. Hit, breaking multiple chunks off of it.
And just start making way around the column in the direction of the other side of the room. That'll be it.
Okay. Mr. you're up next.
Okay. So the acid level in the room is still rising up.
It is a slow rise. It is too early to tell how quickly this room will fill. It's a massive room, but there's multiple points that this acid is and flowing in potentially. So
Okay. Quick look down. How far below this ledge that I'm at is the acid?
1 foot.
All right. Well, let's take care of the immediate threat first. We'll go for a few swings. Think am I still flanking here?
You are not flanking. The 2 individuals that were providing it are no longer. They're gone.
Right. Okay.
25. Nice. Solid connection. 5 points of piercing damage dealt.
Booming blade. Let's go.
Okay. Going across to the booming blade. Taking the Bardic Inspiration, 23 is going to be successful with the boom. Deals 8 points of piercing and thunder damage.
Alright, then last offhand.
Okay, coming across with the last offhand here. 18 is going to be successful as well. 5 points of piercing damage dealt. Stab at the creature.
Alright. And yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Ending turn. We come to Soren. Soren is moving 15 and then 20 to go to a total of 35, which is the max movement speed here. Let's see. Wise. Yep, that's where I want him. Okay. You, Istriel. Perfect. So they're not obviously casting anything right at this moment. They're just getting, in terms of position here. Potentially use their reaction if they need to. They then are going to throw off Firebolt just to get some damage thrown out. 20 is going to hit. That deals a total of 12, which is resisted to 6 points fire damage. just to get some out. They're holding up their hand, almost in response potentially of an arcane ward or protection in terms of helping you out, Israel, if they can. We now come to the topside mound. The mound turns its attention direction of Costas. It begins to shamble itself outwards, moving quite slow, only 20 feet as it traverses. Then it's going to dash and move to get to 40 feet on its entire turn, pulling itself out. It's like grabbing with its arms and its like leg appendages, and it's like pulling itself across. Acid is like neutralizing behind it as it's ripping and clawing itself. Not ripping and clawing itself, like pulling and tearing itself in the direction of you. Dirty Joe, you're up next. Oh no!
Oh no.
You're lagged out. We can't hear you. You're roboting hard.
Better?
Yeah.
Okay. Would I be able to leap across that moat of acid? If I dashed over?
Are you talking about this little moat thing?
Yeah, right in the middle.
Oh, you're talking about the middle over here where the creatures are.
Yes.
To get on top of the pedestal?
Uh-huh.
Okay, well, the best thing I can say right now is that the acid is kind of bubbling up on top of the pedestal and rolling off of it, so your boots and feet will be in acid. But just so you are aware of that. Now, remember, gemstone-wise, what you currently are in possession of. It's the best thing that it can give you in terms of help.
The little area where the egg was sitting, is that completely submerged? The pedestal itself?
The pedestal itself at the center point is not completely submerged. The best way that I can state, at the center of this chamber, there is a slightly upraised in comparison to the rest of the floor, and there is a central point of hollowness there, and that acid is buoyantly coming up and then is coming over it, like a river is flowing over it and rolling down a little bit. Does that make sense? So it's not that you're going to be in acid, you're just going to be standing in acid with your boots.
Okay. Here's what I want to try. I'm gonna go over to the other side of the column here, and I'm gonna take out that horned helmet that I got off of is it Sylv something or other? I forget her name. But I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna shot put it and hopefully slam dunk it right in the middle of where the egg was sitting. And see if that does anything.
Yeah, you're going to take that stag-like horn from the helmet of that creature, and you're going to attempt to throw it into the center point and see if it does anything. All right, I need
Nothing
you.
but net, baby.
Yeah, you want to just make a d20 check, and we'll add your dexterity to it. The dexterity check is what you can make if you want to make it official. I don't think I can give you proficiency for chucking a random horn into the air like a basketball goal. 9. So as you take it, give a little bit of a lob. You can see it going. It's just too short. Gets into some of the pedestal, begins to roll, just loosely placed on top of the pedestal, but not in the bucket center point, that hole.
I'm not gonna burn a lucky on that. Damn, I'm trying to think of any useful bonus actions right now, but no, I think that's it. Anybody else want to complete that there? See if maybe we can weight that thing down again? I shot my shot. I don't have a very good arm, apparently.
You now come to this mound. This mound is turning. In the same fashion the other one did, it takes a dash in the direction of Costas as it moves and makes way across. Ending turn. This one is as well. It is going to move, triggering the booming blade. As it erupts with thunder damage, takes 9 points, exploding a chunk of it off. Then it continues to move, taking a reaction from Istriel if they want.
I'll use the Warcaster to throw out another booming blade.
Okay.
Ooh.
Natural 1 comes through. The attack for opportunity is not successful. You swing, creature's too slippery as it moves. You're guiding the body flesh and you're unable to hit it. And then it's going to continue its movement here in terms. So it's gone 15 total. It's going to go here to 30, and then it's going to get an additional 10 to go to a total of 40 feet on its dash, pulling itself out in the direction of you, Costas. It is half the size as the other two, seeing multiple chunks of its flesh have been blown off. Ending turn. Now coming to the top of round 4. Costas, you're up. Istriel, and as well as Thea, Costas, Felix, you can see that the acid in your respective areas has risen by 6 inches. The next round, it'll be at the level of the cavern floor.
I would like to go, and how much higher would I go to fly over them?
These creatures right now are 10 feet tall out of the acid.
Okay, so I will go. If I were to take the I'm blanking what the action is, but the action is they can't take reactions. Then
Yeah, disengage.
Disengage, yes. Sorry.
Hmm?
My mind's just going. My fault, if that's what it's called. Then fly over here. Would I be able to reach it and like move Joe's helmet back into position? So
Are you stating I want to take a disengage as my action? I want to fly over there, and while I'm holding this egg that is heavy, it's full. It's not a light thing. It's like 25, 30 pounds in your hands right now. And you want to try to take that in mid-flight, putting it to one side and then grabbing the horn, which is not the same value of weight, and then you want to place it in the middle of the pool.
I was more thinking if I could like nudge the horn with my foot to be in the middle of the pool, but yeah.
Well, I tell you right now, an action for disengage, your movement speed would get you right over top of the horn, and then we can have it be a free action to kick it in.
Okay, I was just wondering like if I need to fly over them and everything, how that would work for movement speed, like if I'd be able to reach it. But yeah, in that case, yeah, I'd like to try and do that. I'd like to try and move over and kick in the horn.
Okay, move your token, please.
And I will be taking a disengage action so that they don't get their attacks.
Okay, so you're flying over, leaving Thea. 3 mounds that are currently on the north side of the chamber. Taking the disengage, you fly. You then, holding this egg thing, you grab your foot and you kick the horn in. As you kick the horn in, you're trying to be as careful as you can be not to touch the acid. The horn then topples and falls. You hear a slight bubble, and then it disappears into the acid. Slight sizzle smell.
Is it a free action to? I already used my free action.
Yeah.
Yeah, then end turn right here.
And turn by Costas. Othala, you're up next.
Yeah, I seen that one coming. Okay. Don't think I have any oil or anything. Okay. I'm just going to continue running a bit. Not gonna get far at all. They don't look like they attack anyone who doesn't hold the egg, so I'm going to keep going this way.
Okay.
Have heavy fly behind me, continue to help.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm just going to toll the dead, the one that's already hurt. Might as well.
Okay. come across with a toll of the dead. The creature is going to fail, and it takes 14 points of necrotic damage. You can see it kind of twists its body and slightly begins to fall, crashing down as it's pulling itself, and its head mound region collapses. You hear a slight clink of something metallic inside.
I'm not gonna do this in this turn, but I'm as a bonus action and a free action, I'm gonna take out my stack of 4 torches. And I'm just gonna try to just quickly bundle them up real quick as I'm running towards the then end turn.
Okay, get them ready. All right,
Mhm.
Thea, you're up next.
Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I think I'm going to take one sword attack against this guy.
Okay. 17 is going to hit. 11 points of piercing damage is dealt. No sneak attack I can provide you.
Mm-hmm.
Stab into the creature. Takes the blow. Shoulder region of itself.
Do I want to take another one? Yes, I'm going to take another attack.
Okay. Across to the secondary attack. Using your bonus here, 20 is going to be successful. 11 points of piercing damage is dealt.
Okay, and then I'm going to... You said they're 10 feet tall?
They are 10 feet tall when they're outside of the acid. Yep.
And... we don't know how far their reach is, or can I assume they have at least a 10-foot reach?
I would say based on how they you observed them swinging, they have a 5-foot reach.
Okay, so if I got all the way up to the ceiling, I'd be out of
correct
range? Okay, yeah. I'm going to fly straight up. I will take the attack of opportunity.
Okay.
20 feet up in the air.
All right, comes in for a swing. 18 is going to hit you. Deals 12 points of bludgeoning damage. But you are up to 20 feet into the air, expending 15 feet of your fly speed.
Okay. I am going to stay roughly right here, though.
Okay.
And end my turn.
Ending turn. Felix, you're up next. Oh, David's out. David's right. David's not here.
He said that he would continue to Eldritch Blast ones that were weakest and heal anybody that goes down and keep moving toward the door.
Keep moving towards the door. Just put the egg back. I love it. I got this. This stream live, so my Discord's silent. That's awesome. Okay. So the weakest here has been hit. We're going to move Felix 30 feet as directed towards the door. They then are going to go in for 2 of their Eldritch Blasts. Let's see what we got in our setups here. First one sent outwards. 14 is going to be a miss. And then they come in with a secondary Eldritch Blast. 23 is going to hit. And they deal a total of 6 points of force damage. Okay, that is going to be the end of their turn. Further instructions. Israel, you're up next.
Gonna first look back to Soren and just be like, that acid's gonna be up here soon. You need to get off the floor.
Right.
We'll go at this one.
Okay.
And then also over the link we'll say, okay, if everyone gets up here, perhaps we can blast our way through the door. I'm not sure how long it'll last though.
20 is going to be successful. Nice, 9 points of piercing damage dealt.
All right. Follow up. Oh, that'll work.
Nat 20! And max damage on the net 20. 28 plus the 9. Whoa, that is a lot of damage.
Yeah. All right.
37 points of damage is dealt.
Yeah, bonus action.
Come across with the bonus. 20 is going to be successful. That deals 8 points of piercing damage.
Boom, boom, boom. Alrighty.
All right, we come to Soren. Soren is following and in pursuit, 35 feet maximum space, and then they alight their hand with their cantrip firebolt. They don't have a whole lot of damage spell, and the spell book also is not intact. And the piecing together 17 is going to connect. They deal only 3 points of fire damage to the creature, so they make their run towards this creature. Is going to turn. And as it does so, it is looking in the direction of Costas. Costas alone. It is going to make a move. 5 feet. Difficult terrain through its friend. Hit with a booming blade. It takes 8 points of the thunder damage, exploding off. And then it continues its movement. Difficult. And then also into a dash. And it's going to get outside of threat range from Istriel.
Yep.
And that'll be the end of its turn in terms of its movement. 15 hits. 13 points of piercing and thunder damage. So no booming blade is triggered because you hit on the way to the step, and then because of the difficult terrain, that's its dash to get to that point, and that's all it can do. That is the end of its turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay. I'm just going to move forward 30 feet right next to Felix here.
Okay.
And... well, I don't seem to be attacking Thea at the moment, which is good. I'm just going to shoot him. See if I
Okay.
can bring him down.
Going for a shot. Wrecking Slayer's Prey first. First attack comes through. Bow pulls back. 15 is going to connect into this creature.
Thank
Slayer's
you,
Prey.
Dex modifier.
12 points out of the 14 because of resisted fire damage. Lands in the center point, begins to stagger from left to right.
And once more.
Up across with the second arrow, pulling another arrow back, launching and firing. 21 points. Sorry, 21 on the attack roll is successful, and then that deals pretty simultaneously amount of damage. You can see your second arrow here is going to kill the creature. As it lands in, topples down, begins to fall. As it does, it lands with the head region, and the vines begin to kind of unravel. That same metallic clank of a syringe-like metallic object hits into the ground and actually rolls a little bit out of its body.
Woo! Take that, you ugly son bitch. All right, guys, one left. Let's get the hell out of here.
Come to the mound. Its attention turned. Looks in the direction. Costas begins to move. Its dash sliding into the acid. It comes towards you. Making a dash is its action. There's nothing else it can take. We now come to Costas at the start of round 5. The acid rising up is now to the same level as the floor of this chamber. You notice that it's spilling on certain ledges and rolling like a bubbling lake at this point that's just waiting to fill in the gaps of the floor. This will be the last round that acid does not touch your feet.
I am putting the egg back.
Same way, dribbling of acid is falling, slightly beginning to rain. The vines are loosening. You put the egg back?
Yeah. Putting the egg back.
Okay. All right, so Costas, you grab the egg, and as a free action, you place it there. And as such, it lands into the acid, still overheating and bubbling and moving. The egg is bouncing back and forth. And you look left and right. Nothing changes.
Pick it back up?
Has already been triggered.
Can I pick it back up?
I'll give you that. That's fine.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm going to pick it back up. Then let me see. I don't want to go straight to the door immediately because it's gonna. Then I am just going to go exactly See, this thing can go 20 feet.
We have a fly. Remember, you have a fly speed. That's
Yes.
pretty
So-
drastic here. So you just have to be aware the creature is in range of you right now.
I don't have any open hands, so I can't take a swing at it, right?
If you did not have your shield and you were single handling the warhammer, you could. You'd have the egg in one, and you come across with the swing with the other.
Okay, yeah, then I'll just take 2 one-handed swings at it.
All right, first attack comes through. 25. You wallop the creature 13 points of bludgeoning damage. It's into it.
Hey, another one.
Secondary attack. 27 hits. And that deals 11 points of bludgeoning damage, once and twice, smacking it back and forth, whipping itself, splashing acid around you.
Then I'm going to just bolt above its head and go to probably, actually, right below Thea, kind of right next to right where I was before.
Okay.
I will be not taking the disengage action since
All right,
I
takes
can't.
attack of opportunity. 21 is going to hit you. Deals 11 points of bludgeoning damage as it lacerates the thorns and the suction smashing into your leg, and you fly away.
And turn.
Ending turn. Othello, you're up next.
Handing somebody an object is a bonus action.
Handing someone an object is a free action. Giving someone a potion is a bonus action. So if you're actually like putting it down their mouth. But handing someone else is a free action, turns an item, which is what we did with the torch.
Okay, and grabbing, and you say grabbing the piece off the creature, the metallic looking piece was an action, correct?
It was an action if it's contested. This is the way I stated it. And it was an action before because that one was in a particular acid. The first creature that was died was actually sinking into the acid, which would require an action to try to reach before it was fully submerged. There are 2 creatures that have been deceased. They are outside of the acid. Both of those metallic objects are simply on the ground.
Okay. So as I make my way, quickly just taking out my tongs from my tinker's tools, I'll try to shimmy the rock out, and run along as I go this way. A little metallic piece. Then with the bundle of torches, I'll use my main action to cast prestidigitation, and like since I have 4 torches together, can I like light one and then have it all light all 4 torches together?
I'll probably say that you're able to light all 4 torches together. That's fine.
Okay.
It's an action to light the torch, and then to hand the torches would be a free action if you're going to be doing that. But if you said you picked up
the metal piece off of the swamp creatures, and you said that's a free action, right?
So that's going to take up your free action to do that. So
okay,
you're basically going to swing by, pick that up, and then you light the 4 torches. That's your action, free action. You have bonus available and some movement left, I think. Right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
if I can, if I'll try to pass the torches, or I'll hold it out to her, to try to like throw into the hole.
Okay, I'll probably use up your bonus then as well. So we'll just kind of try to use your action economy there and supersede some stuff. So your bonus action, hand the torches, free action, picking up the syringe-like thing, and then your action to light the torches. So that's you really only have 5 feet of movement left after that.
I'm not gonna really occupy space. Is this like little platform a little higher than the main level?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the map looks. It's like a little bridge that kind of flows with these boulderish rocks of natural stone as it comes over. You can give it a range from 3 to 5 feet.
Yeah, I'll just stay put right here. It looks safer. And then end turn.
Ending turn. All right. Yeah, you're up next.
All right. Othala is gonna hand me the bundle of torches.
Correct.
Okay, I'm 20 feet in the air.
Oh well, that's what I'm saying. Like hold it out either way. Like
Okay.
hand it to you or hold it out to you, so you could just take it.
Yeah. You can use your
Yeah.
free action to take that from them as well.
Yeah. So I'll do that. Come down back to 5 feet.
Okay.
And then lighting these torches with the other torch that's already lit.
So the four torches that Othala has been offering to you are lit.
Oh, okay. So then I'm just gonna shove the whole thing in here, and hopefully that more flame means that the vines will retreat more.
Okay. So the torches in the reach of that, and just you single-handedly for flying the 4 torches in, creates a slightly larger hole, but again, it does not go as far past the vine that is there. They're simply making a bigger hole, but not going all the way through. As you do that, the vines are retaliatory, angered and upset by what you're doing. They begin to lash out at you. In addition, by cutting and lacerating your arms, they're going to attempt to restrain you. I need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check. I'm also assuming you're lower, like you're going down for this, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll put you at 5 feet along.
Yeah. I said I wanted to go back down to 5 feet.
Awesome.
All right. So, acrobatics or athletics?
Correct. Simply like a grapple, this restrained kind of thing coming out here.
Yeah.
12. Unfortunately, 12 is not successful. You are restrained by the vines as they wrap out, grabbing around you. In addition, they are lacerating you with tiny thorns, dealing a total of 9 points of piercing damage to you.
I
as you're
will
restrained.
uncanny dodge that.
It's not a melee attack.
Oh,
So
damn
it can't
it.
uncanny
Okay.
dodge. So they're just, the vines right now are kind of swallowing you into the wall. And you're kind of grabbed into it, and the vines are pulling you and holding you there.
I'm
All
going to use
right.
my reaction to take that damage.
Let me look at your feature here real quick.
I think I should be able to.
The Aura of the Guardian, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just any damage in general. You can transfer it. Okay. So putting 9 back to you, and then taking away 9 of you, Costas. 9 points of damage. Sees the lacerations. You're shielding these little micro, different piercing things of these thorns, and then you see your own arms being pricked as you're transferring that to your own life force.
Yeah, no, I have just a face of sheer determination right now because I want to get these vines gone. Yeah.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
Just because I had stepped away, did we try to put in the stone back?
Costas had placed the egg-like shape back, but the trap has been triggered, and it did not stop. Whatever was set in motion is continuing. Costas now has possession of said egg. There are 2 metallic syringes from 2 creatures who did not fall into the acid and become submerged, one of which was picked up by Othala. There is a second one over by Istriel.
Yay. And are we looking at a door here? What
So in terms of what is happening around you, the walls are vine with little lacerations of thorn. The entire walls are alive, but there's a backdropping of stone. The ceiling is not. So the ceiling is alive, moving, a range of average of 20 feet in height. The way you came, vine has pulled through themselves, covering the way you've came with a thick wall of vine, thorn. To the north, based on position across this chamber, you are observing that the wall is discontinuous with a certain space, which is noting that as a space potentially to be able to be passed through. So, as I stated, the walls have a backdropping of stone through some of the gappings of the thick vine as they're moving. In your anticipation, which is the logic I'm seeing here, is that you want to use the fire to press past and see if you can squeeze through, making a hole. The issue that was found the first time throwing torches is that the particular spot where the stone is not there is actually just more vines, suggesting that whatever lies past this is greater than 5 feet. As you're pulling your body through to reach, you're just putting yourself into more and more vines.
All right. So if I'm like here-ish, can I see an other side of the vines or no? Or just
No.
all vines?
All vines.
All right. I am gonna dimension door 15 feet beyond this and see if I land somewhere. So from 15 feet from the end of the wall. So I guess that's here, like here-ish.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
Yep.
All right, you appear
Oh, okay.
on the other side. There is a tunnel. The walls itself and the ceiling are vines dripping of acid, as the tunnel that which you entered into this chamber is actually continuing into the darkness with a slight descent as well. When you turn around facing south, you can see the vines. The vines, in relation to where you were and to now, the vines are at least 9 to 10 feet thick. As they're rambling and moving, they're dense and large, forming a space. However, there must be a way through.
Any levers, handles? Because this is not a door. This is just vines covering it.
It's
right?
just vines covering it. It's not a door. I have a door placed to suggest to the party that there's something different about the wall, which clues them in. So that's why it's spaced as such. There is no lever. There is nothing on the other side as a mechanism mechanically to open this vine natural door.
Right. So I can do this round. I'll have to wait next round.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Istriel,
All
you're
right.
up
I would
next.
shout through, hoping they hear me. It's about 10 feet of vines to get through.
You can hear that.
Okay. Is it action? All right. If I wanted to go back and pick Soren up, is that an action?
Yes, it would be an action to pick them up.
Okay. Not gonna do that then. We're gonna hopefully survive one round with that. We're gonna come over here and we're gonna just kind of yell out, "Everybody get back from those vines!" And then just holding out a hand, holding a fireball to chuck into it.
Okay.
And trigger will be like when people are relatively far enough away to kind of gauge the blast radius.
Okay. All right, we come to Soren. Soren is making way to you, to the lower half side. They slowly begin to use the free action, picking up one of the syringes that's there from the nearby creature, picking it up and looking at it. As they begin to motion it, there's a plunger-like mechanism. They begin to suck in air, pulling it back and forth, staring at it. They're going to use then their action to investigate what this might be. I'm not sure. It seems rather strange that these creatures have this within their heads. Don't understand. Everyone get back. Here, Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so knowing that everybody's kind of gathered up and waiting to bust the door down, I am going to target this last gamble horror move.
No, you're roboting again. We lost you. Oh my god. Oh, it's so bad. We can't hear you. I mean, Mikey, no. Not like this. Not like this. Oh, that scene was so hard in the Matrix. Watching that. It's rough.
Testing, 1, 2.
You're back.
Back.
Well, I'll just leave the camera off for now.
Yep.
Okay, what was I saying? Oh, yes. So after moving up, I'm going to target this last shambling horror, and
Okay.
I'm going to hit him with an ensnaring strike and see if I can't pin him down while we make an
Okay.
escape.
So are you going to use your Slayer Spray to transfer over, or you're going to use your bonus action for the ensnaring strike, right?
Yeah, that was the
Okay.
idea.
Okay, so first make a ranged, so you still have to hit with an arrow, and then we'll go ahead and hit that ensnaring strike after we land. First target, and then fire your bow. 21 is going to hit.
Okay.
And that deals a total of 14 resist to 11. Go ahead and use your ensnaring strike now. Prompt me for a save. Okay. All right, so the creature is large, so it has advantage on the save. It gets this 19 from their save. So they are not restrained by the ensnaring. So you see the magical vines, the creature's pulling out of it. It seems to resist that, and the vines shrivel away. No extra damage is attached. The creature has broken free.
All right. And I'm guessing I don't get a second attack from that.
No, you get a second attack. It's a bonus action for the ensnaring strike.
Still? I thought it said it was an action. Oh, well, I'll take it.
Yeah, so ensnaring strike is just empowering the arrow that you're launching. It's a good way of interpreting it. So you still get your 2 attacks because you're taking the attack action, and then you can just use your bonus action, toggle on one of them to potentially ensnare. 22 from your
Gotcha.
second arrow is going to be successful. You do 11 points of piercing and fire, and the fire is resisted. 10 points total.
All right, and that'll be that.
All right, come to the creature. Creature is going to do what the creature has been doing, and is now going to be pulling itself in the direction of Costas. As is going to go 35 and then fit 5 more feet into the groove. It actually moves by you, Othala, as if not to hit you, which is rather interesting. Doesn't actually go over top of you. It's pulling to the right of you, pulling itself in the direction of Costas. Ending its turn with a dash. We now come to the top of round 6. At this point, the acid is bubbling, pooling. As it is, it begins to drape onto your boots and to your feet. You hear the sizzleness, this disgusting bile of smells as it fills the chamber. In addition, where you've come from, acid is actually pouring in through gaps of the vine, as if the tunnel is now submerged at your backside. There is slight rain of the acid over top. Your boots protecting you, but the rain not so much. Costas, there's no saving throw for this. Take 4 points of acid damage as it dribbles upon your face, scarring and burning. Costas, it's your turn.
So yeah, I'm just gonna do what I've always done. I'll take the disengage action, and Istriel mentioned that they're gonna do a fireball, right?
Yep.
Okay, so just to be safe, I'm gonna move. Yeah, I'm gonna move back to the edge of the right over here. I think let's go over like here.
Okay. So remember, you're flying off the ground. Your boots are okay. Your stuff on the ground. It's the actual rain of acid that's dribbling down that dealt that acid damage. An effect of this particular place. Costas, you fly. Taking a disengage as your action. Getting out of the way of potential fireball.
I have a lot of time before the acid reaches me, right? At 5 feet, it's still going at the same, like, about 6 inches a turn. It's not sped up or anything?
It appears to be at the same volume and flow at the current moment.
Okay. Then, yeah, I'll just end turn.
Okay, Othala, you're next. The rain dribbling down across your face. Oh, you take 3 points of acid damage.
1 second. Just gotta check something. What do you roll here? 1d4 -1. Okay. Okay, so heavy dies.
Okay.
Oh.
Um. And what I'll do is, seeing that Soren did that and didn't understand the mechanism in this creature is not attacking, and I think, Istria will try to group it in with the trajectory of the fireball. I'm just going to take the risk and move back myself
Okay.
without disengaging to this pillar here.
Okay.
And then I'm going to pull out the mechanism and investigate it as well.
Okay. Creature's not take a reaction against you, which again is rather strange. You then prompt into what this thing might be, what it potentially is. Your investigation check of 15 is good. It seems to be a syringe mechanism made of a black metal. As you kind of pull backwards on the syringe, just like Soren is doing, it is designed to extract a liquid from somewhere within something and can be used then puncture and push the liquid in to another something.
So it's like a transfer, like taking one
Exactly.
liquid out and filling it with another.
Taking a liquid out just like a modern day syringe would be. Take a syringe, put it into something, you can pull the contents out, you then take the contents and you can put the contents into something else.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do this turn, but all right. And then that'll be the end of my turn.
All right, end of turn. There, the acid raining down.
Mm-hmm.
You are restrained. Take 4 points of acid damage as it dribbles.
All right. I'm going to try to break the restraint.
Okay. I need you to make an athletics or an acrobatics check to try to get out of this restraint.
Okay.
25. Excellent. You are able to get out of the vines and the tendrils, but it was your action to do so.
Okay.
They pull back and retract, whipping themselves.
I'm assuming if my focus was on the thing grabbing me, I wouldn't have seen Othala move away.
You're pretty perceptive of a character. I think you would have seen
Okay.
Othala moving away and not being attacked. But
Yeah.
remembering that you were attacked
Exactly. So I'm
by
going
these
to
creatures.
disengage. Yeah, I'm going to disengage, bonus
Okay.
action, and
Okay.
then move here.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
All right. Ending turn, Felix. What are we doing?
Have we heard the fireball go off yet?
Yeah.
Fireball hasn't gone off yet. I'll probably state now that Thea has cleared space, that's going to trigger your reaction.
Yeah.
Okay. Launch it. You're pretty close, I was going to say.
So
You're gonna try to aim it to a little bit to the left. I think you're still gonna clip.
I still wanted to hit the creature just a bit.
Yeah.
That's the idea. Is to get it still in the blast zone.
Yeah. I don't know if I could take that template because your seed spawns at this as a point. I got to take it somewhere in the vine. With the 20-foot radius. Let me go ahead and measure out because this is 20-foot radius. So if that's there, that's 20, 20, 25, 20. I think either way, you're going to hit you or Dirty Joe in the blast radius if you create a seed on this side. Because if you throw a template, that template kind of thrown off the map at that point to kind of get it skirting the edge. But I think if you draw a line for 20 feet from any of the back left snaps.
Okay, I'll eat some extra damage.
Well, I'm trying to. I think right here, if you snap it here to this corner, I think you're actually outside of the 20 feet technically. So I'll take it. It's fine. Felix, don't worry about it. Fireball through the wall. It's fine. Fireball goes through. What the hell is that? That'd be crazy. So 27 points of fire damage. The creature is going to fail, but has resistance against the fire damage. So this is only going to take 13 points. In the same way, the vine wall actually has resistance to fire damage as well. You hear the sizzling of the fireball as it explodes. Multiple chunks begin to pull themselves apart slightly, and these gaps begin to form, very short little gaps between the vines for a temporary period of the rest of this round before they heal back and regrow. That said, I'm removing the template. It is difficult terrain to pass through, not to mention there'll be laceration damage from the thorns, but you could technically get through till the end of this round.
Okay. Seeing it's opened up, I'm just gonna try to help clear out the way. I'll send out 2 Eldritch Blasts towards this creature.
Okay. Shooting through some of the gaps of the vine, these tears from the fireball as it exploded outwards. Natural 20 coming through with the Eldritch Blast. That is going to be 16 points of force damage. The second attack is not going to land. It's hit for 16. Another chunk is kind of blown off of it.
And then I'm just gonna clear out of the way.
My next way.
And then I'll have a turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Estrella, you're up next.
Okay, Tuika, you said the end of this round or the end of
The end of this round is when this door is going to regrow itself.
Will the other, like, Costas Athalothea get a chance? Because it just opened up now.
It just opened up now. These vines are healing at a rapid pace. All I can state is that, based on perceptions of how quickly it's healing, to you, Istriel, the fireball exploded, as well as Felix and everyone else in the chamber, it would suggest that in one round, right, that this is going to heal. So mechanically, we can say it probably is going to be the start of your turn, right? Because that's where the fireball went up. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
Start of my next turn? Or
Felix's. Sorry.
Start of
Yeah.
Felix. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a little better than.
Okay. Sorry, I think I might have miscommunicated because I was saying like in the in terms of one round in time relation to time. Yeah.
Okay. That's a little easy. What's coming up? Costas has fly, right? Is it still difficult terrain if you can go over the vines?
No, theater. Best way I could describe this to you, the tunnel itself is ranging from 9 to 10 feet in its ceiling height with a living vine roof. The vines continue from the wall as they crest inwards, forming the roof of the tunnel. The space is a circular space that has little cuts and lacerations through 10 feet from the blast of the fireball as it rips shrapnel through. Some of the self of itself kind of blew through. So these spaces are big enough for medium-sized humanoids, small-sized humanoids to fit through, but it's difficult terrain to get through. In addition, you'll have to do, like, in terms of a spell, we would have to draw parallels to this. This is like spike growth. So there is a number of damage that is going to be given just by moving through the terrain. So that causes a problem. So flying, not flying, it doesn't matter. It's still difficult terrain because you're having to pull yourself through it.
Okay.
You can see through it, which is why the Eldritch Blasts are small enough, and you could do a Misty Step through it, incur nothing. So those are options.
All right, no, we're just gonna we'll try to just pick up Soren and get through.
Okay.
Use an action to dash.
Okay. So you're using your action to dash then, and just shove through. Okay.
Oh no, well, action was to pick him up, so I can't use action to dash.
Yep.
And then half of 60, so 30.
Okay. So you're going to take your action to dash and not pick up Soren, correct?
No, action to pick him up and then move through.
Okay. So you're going to pick up Soren. So when you pick up Soren, it's going to half your movement speed because
Right.
Soren it's
From,
only
from
going
60 to 30, right?
Well, you can't dash. A dash is an action for you, correct?
Right. But fly gives me 60.
Correct. So we're going to say action to pick up, you'll have 30 at that point, then you're pressing through. Okay? All right. So put Soren in some respective position of yourself there.
That's fine.
Okay. So I'm going to roll damage here in terms of laceration. So 6 points to both of you.
Okay.
Assigned here. I'm going to apply it here now. Oh, I only went to Soren. Well, that's so sad. Poor Soren.
That went to me too.
Oh, it
I
did?
just had
Oh,
that
you're
temporary
temporary. Oh, let me put it back. I wondered. I was like, your health bar didn't go down. Okay. So that should be accurate. So as you're
Okay.
pulling yourself through with the fly, you're grabbing them and then you're kind of taking yourselves together, kind of shoving yourselves through. And those little thorns are just lacerating as you're puncturing through. It's like a d6 per 5 feet that you come through the doorway. And then you land on the other side.
Alrighty.
All right. We have Soren. Soren is going to take their movement speed to really just get out of the way to allow more space to move funnel for potential other characters. And looks towards you. Thank you so much, Israel. And then kind of mentions towards the creature and then takes their action here to fire off another firebolt just to get some damage out at the creature. 11 is going to be a miss though and actually just hits into more of the vine and creates a little bit more of gapping for people to pass through inadvertently. Well, looks towards Felix and down the tunnel. And just kind of takes a breath in. Seems rather scared at the present moment. A little bit freaked out. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay. First thing, any roboting?
No, you're good.
You okay?
Yeah, you're
Okay. All right. In that case, I'm just gonna summon my best Andre the Giant voice. Shout out.
Everybody move!
And I am going to run straight through that open doorway
Okay.
as fast as I can.
All right. Coming through similar fashion. Lacerating as you're puncturing through here. That's going to be 6 points of piercing damage. Need to look though at your features here. 1 second. Okay, you have land stride. You take no damage, and you have no incurring movement penalties through this.
Okay. So now that I made it across the other side, I'm going to light up my torch and just see if I can't thin out any more of those vines that are further obstructing anything for everybody else.
Okay, so you're lighting your torch up, and you're kind of creating more gapping in the same space. Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and just apply the torch effect. That'll be your action to do so.
Cool.
Yep. All right, we come to the creature. The creature is attention still drawn on Costas. It's going to turn, rotating around, and is going to be taking their dash action as they begin to pull themselves across the land here of the floor. Come right up to you, Costas, whirling to attack you. Come now to the top of round 7. The top of round 7 will state for 2 separate things. Okay. One of them is that Dirty Joe, the acid rained down upon you, and you took no damage. In addition, I forgot to roll the acid damage for Soren and Israel. So I'm going to roll those respectively here to make sure that that's accurate, because there's still acid raining down upon them. So Istral takes 3 points of acid damage, and Soren is going to take 6 points of acid damage from those respective rolls, just to make it accurate. So when the acid begins to rain down against you, Dirty Joe, you notice that black draconic scales begin to form against your flesh. As they begin to form against your flesh, they begin to connect with the acid and sizzle, neutralizing it and resist it. Immune. You take no damage from acid at all. In addition, when that liquid began to touch your skin, you noticed that gills begin to form on your neck. Particularly, you might be amphibious. Clear of what result is that. So, the acid pouring down continues. Costas, you take 9 points of acid damage as it rains down upon you. You are 5 feet in the air. The acid at this point is up, ankle deep, sizzling boots and feet. One person that this poses a significant challenge for is Othala. Fortunately, we will come to that. Costas, what are we doing? You are muted.
Is it still difficult terrain even after Joe using his torch to get through the?
I will say that it's no longer difficult terrain because of the aid by 2 companions against it, Soren and Dirty Joe at this point. No damage
Okay, then
taken moving through.
I'm just going to take the disengage action and holding my torch forward, I am going to... Actually, then I'll block the path. No, I'll just take a dash action and then just fucking bolt through the...
What? You're going to take a dash here?
Yeah.
Okay, it's going to come in for a swing at you.
Mm.
15 is going to miss you. You fly upwards, twisting yourself around, just swings, missing. And then you fly through. You have 120 feet to work with.
I am going to kind of stand... Is there like high ceiling height in here, or is it...
9 to 10 feet. So the answer is no, compared to your body size. You would fill the space still.
So I'll just drop my torch by the entrance and move a few feet in.
Okay.
Then end turn.
Okay. I will also state on the record, you actually don't have your torch. You gave it to Thea, so just FYI.
Oh.
Remember, Thea originally with the torch. I kept the effect on you. Didn't think it would be relevant, but we can just say that Thea gave it back to you, or you were able to grab it back.
Sorry, yeah, I saw the effect. And
that's fine. I'm with you. I'm with you, Lucas. 110%, baby. I didn't think it'd be a problem. And I could see you referenced it. I knew it. I looked into your eyes, Lucas, and I could see it. You're like, I got that damn torch. It's mine. I love it. You place it near the entrance there. Othala, we now come to you. And this is where it gets serious. Not only is there a rain of acid upon you, but you are standing in the acid. A duplicative effect as it begins to burn and sizzle your ankles as well as your face. As the acid begins to fall, you take 12 points of it damage. In addition, in terms of your inventory and items, if you were to have any boots of magic or boots in general that gave you benefits, they would be ruined and destroyed.
Othala doesn't wear shoes, so
I'm with you. You thought it was wearing shoes. Touch last man, fucking out, baby.
Yeah. Straight skin, man. All right.
Man, hippie.
Alive.
No, my bandages. So okay. It's not difficult terrain or anything, right? Like
no,
it's slippery.
No,
it's just
no.
Okay. So I'll just, as far as I can get, I'm actually just gonna dash.
Okay.
Yeah. Just keep on trucking.
Okay. So you're dashing, moving through in space. With that, we're going to get to the last person where this combat is going to be held. The vines behind you of the pillar begin to grab. I'm just kidding. You know how mean that would
Don't.
be?
Don't. I've been grappled so much.
I was just grabbed by the fillet.
In the last 2 sessions, I've been grabbed so much.
That would be so rough.
Oh man.
Acid does, though. It does fall
Uh-huh.
onto your face still. And this is going to be this last bit. Take 9 points of acid damage. That is rough.
Cool.
You're getting low,
I
hurting
am
and
this is
sizzling
all
your
I've been
face.
in a while.
I know. You then run to get out.
Yeah, I'm
and
flying. I'm flying.
flying out. And with
Just
that, we're going to go
Superman
ahead.
flying through the door.
Yeah, don't have to move your token here. We're going to go ahead and end combat, and I'm going to transfer us back to this map to get us out of that one, and begin to cycle us off of that in terms of audio. So what is happening? So you all are cresting through the A torchlight, grabbing these little holes and pushing through. You can see at the end, right, that vine is just regrowing itself in rapid pace. This is alive. So as it pulls itself and fills in the gaps, begins to thicken, become greater, and the shambling mount is still pushing towards all of you as it's kind of roping and pulling as if it wants to get perhaps what Cossus still has. Cossus never dropped that particular object. So Cossus, you're holding it, and you're looking at it, and I wonder why, but you're very assured that there is something inside of it, not just liquid, but there is a particular object in there. And it seems to be slightly swimming. A very tiny like object that swims. As you're staring at it, you're holding it, moving it slightly, jiggling it, bounces a little bit. The two of you have syringes. At least Soren, Othala still, looking at the syringes and things. I wonder if the two of those had some piece to what this was. Regardless, you've made your way through into the tunnel that proceeds north. And in the darkness you are now, faint torchlight of yourselves, the vines around you moving and alive, but nothing hostile. The acid in the previous chamber, if filled, is not pressing through, holding itself. And you're left alone. Press forward only. With that, we're going to go and take a break. If you are watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break or so. We're going to come back at 6:22 p.m. PST. Hopefully you join us here for the second half to see what happens to the Wayward ones. Bye!
Bye.
All right, welcome back for joining us for the second half of our session. We really appreciate it. So you are heading from the southern chamber, as I called it. You are underneath Crappled Lake. You are inside of the tunnel. The pressing weight over top of you is apparent. Of the lake above, there's a slight pressure within your ears. You can feel that. In addition, there is dripping sounds of this acid as it begins to fall. You are moving at a pace to get slightly away from the previous chamber there, just kind of getting some distance. Maybe the creature can get through, maybe the acid's just going to come pouring in, getting to like a feeling of safety. But at that point, you do have that slightly, but you're always on edge here in terms of the vines as they move around and roll. At this point, come into what are we doing? Are we resting here? What kind of rest are we doing? Are we going to be continuing forward?
I mean, I would like to take a short rest at least, if we can try.
Yeah,
Short rest is good.
I mean, we can set up some ways to make sure we're secure. I have a plan. I can send. I know Heavy's not here anymore. Either I can spend an hour trying to bring him back, or I can send out sort of a clairvoyant eye and scout ahead while we sit here, and we have our alarms on, and I'll just see what's ahead of us.
Yeah, let's make sure we set up our alarms. So I'll set up an alarm, 50 feet back that way. You set one up a little further.
Yeah, I'll set it by the door just in case anything goes through it. And after setting up the alarm, I'll just cast Arcane Eye. It doesn't make me blind, so I'll still be here and I can still hear everything. But it'll just be like having a third eye, another sensor, and is there a keyhole or anything through the door that is sitting in front of us?
What are you talking about in terms of a keyhole in the door sitting in front of us?
There's a door, or is it just like a complete hallway?
Are you trying to use the arcane eye in the previous chamber that you were at?
No, just moving more forward north.
Oh, more forward north.
Yeah, there's a door blocking us, correct?
No. There's no door blocking you pressing forward north. What is it? It's just a tunnel that's extending further down into the slight descent underneath Crepple Lake.
Okay, so there's no walls blocking us here. Okay.
No, the
Alright,
tunnel is
so-
just continuing off that previous map. It's just
Yep. So I'll just send the arcane eye down there. It's invisible, so I'll just keep sending it and just watching out what's there. Send it as far as I can go. I can keep moving 30 feet for an hour. So
30 feet for an hour. Okay. So after the short rest transpires and an hour or so has passed by, I'm going to showcase the arcane eye in terms of just your particular vision, Othala. You can see that the greenish light is beginning to kind of emanate outwards as a chamber of sorts is beginning to form. I'm going to be pulling you to that particular map, and you are able to observe a grand and large chamber. A massive ceiling of vine tendrils pulling themselves to and from. It would observe that what lies ahead is this, near an hour worth of time of a normal pace. There is no movement. There's no motions of anything. Multi-layered in terms of the terrain. It is challenging. And what might live here is scary. From that, your arcane eye is going to dissipate, as it does seem to be nearly an hour worth of time. At that point, the spell is going to end. Okay, so I'm going to pull you
Okay.
back to scene.
I'll have relayed that to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely the layer. It's pretty wide. Seems about 200 feet on each side, end to end. You think that might be able to fit a dragon size like Grugash, Thea?
Sorry, I was trying to roll hit dice and I didn't hear any of that.
No, I'm saying it's about 200 feet from end to end on all sides. It's a thorns and acid all around, and seems like a lair. I'm
How
asking, do you think that's where
200,
Grugash?
200 feet end to end, but how, like, is it a circle?
That was more like a
Or
cube.
theoretically, he'd probably have difficulty extending his wings.
Did it look
So
like that middle section was able to like separate where he could like dive in or anything like that? Because I saw a bunch of acid separating everything. Or
All I can tell you
Mhm.
is that there are multiple land platforms forming rings at the center point, becoming higher and higher. The ceiling in range of the uppermost ring is actually not that far apart, only about 30 feet.
Yeah.
So what stands out to you that's kind of odd is that the size of the chamber is large enough that a creature of Grugash could fit in. But it doesn't stand out that they could particularly maneuver quite well in that space. There was also other textual areas that you were able to observe just getting a quick glance. Maybe another entry or exit points. And then there were kind of these like little island things attached by rope and vine bridges. And to go from potentially ring to ring would suggest that there are vines connecting them or anchoring them, right? They could be traversed. In distance of what you kind of got an idea of is that the structure is kind of similar to the previous chamber in terms of the livingness of it, right? So the vines and the walls and at the ceiling, everything's moving. So that ceiling might grow. It could all of a sudden start pushing itself out to make the ceiling larger. But the walls had stone behind them. So there is a foundation here to this chamber, that it wasn't exactly just going to immediately expand or anything like that. From
Okay.
width and length.
One of the times that I had contacted Grugash through my stone, I saw him in a chamber full of acid, did I not?
You did.
And does that match the description of what Athala is telling us?
It does.
Okay, well, I'll mention that to everybody else then. Yeah, no, it's one of the times I was talking to him over our funky black rocks here. It sounds like exactly the place where he was in before. He was just kind of chilling in the middle of it. So, yeah, looks like we have found his home. Also, worthy of note, one thing I noticed as we were dashing out of that death trap over there, as I was getting splashed with acid, I started growing scales and gills. So, yeah, I guess I can breathe under acid now. Something to note.
You
and
you
it didn't
can
hurt you.
No, it was like a nice, cool mountain stream. Really felt nice and tingly, and yeah. So I guess it's well, kind of like I thought I got like protection from cold and stuff from his. I guess I can take baths in acid now, which is kind of gross, but well, we have that in our advantage ledger. And
That's
speaking of advantages, that hey Costas, you got that egg on you?
Yeah.
Mind if I take a look at that?
Sure. Yeah. Um, Costas is gonna
Cool.
sit down, and then he's also gonna take a look at it at the same time. So probably hasn't had much chance. Figures he's gonna. Specifically, he's gonna try and figure out kind of. You mentioned earlier that he saw something inside. He's gonna try and figure out kind of what that is.
Yeah, so Joe's just gonna pick it up and stare intently, see if he senses anything at all.
Okay. Well, you can make perception checks or investigations. So there's Joe. You pick it up. You can feel vibration, a little bit of movement inside. Costas, you're on the other side. Eventually, there's a hit on one edge of it in the direction of you, Dirty Joe. But you can't see through it. It's a solid black pigmentation. This big. Unclear of what really is inside of it, but it's tiny in size.
Since they did a perception, can I try to do an investigation, like glean what type of creature or what sort of being would come out of this? Studying eggs and fossils, reading books, different tomes. Would I be able to decipher something like that?
I'd say a nature check.
Ooh.
Dare I say it?
Need one. Can I guidance myself?
Sure.
I was going to ask, based on my knowledge of dragons, could I help with that?
I can tell you right off the bat. It's you, Thea. You don't need to roll. It's not a dragon egg.
Yeah.
12.
Well, it could be from an amphibious creature.
Aquatic.
Let's
It's the
not
only comment I
dragon.
make.
I mean, guys, here I don't really know anything about dragons, but just knowing that they do lay eggs and
It's
they do
not a
seem
dragon
somewhat
egg.
protected. Is it not?
Nope.
Found it next to a dragon's lair, and there's something kicking around in here.
It's
What
not
else
a
could it
dragon
be?
egg.
Okay.
It's amphibious. It can be, aquatic animal, most likely.
I would like to try and kind of figure out how we need to handle it. Specifically, like, does it need to be handled with caution? Like, can we not bring it close to fire? Is it going to like hatch in an explosion of acid or something?
Roll an animal handling check.
Yes, finally. The proficiency's come.
Can you tell I knew what Lucas was wanting? Could you tell? I knew exactly. Just like baiting it out. 15. Tender love and care.
That's it? No like special conditions or anything?
You're just gonna look at it and gleam that? You're just gonna look at it and be like, I know this needs at least 16 hours of incubation. And then a
Well,
swallow.
not like
and
incubation
gravy.
time, but does it need to be like in an icy environment or anything? Or like, it doesn't need anything like that?
I think
We
you can
found it in
gleam.
a swamp.
I think you can gleam the
How did
environment
you
and
acid
how
it?
it was. You found it literally floating in acid.
Okay. Yeah, I believe if we were to raise it, all we would need is to take
Why
care
do you
of
want
this.
to raise
What?
it?
No.
Raise it.
Why?
Because
Why?
we found
Everyone, hold on. Ready? Everyone. 3, 2, 1.
Zell?
we found an egg. Why aren't we going to do this? This is Pokemon, isn't it?
No.
Do you
we
take
ain't-
every bird egg from every nest that you find that you cross paths with?
Yeah, you
Yes,
never
I
eat.
know.
You never eat chicken eggs.
To be powerful, take over the country.
You never eat chicken eggs, bro. Like you gotta rescue them. We must hatch them.
I'm just saying we found a fertilized egg of an interesting, possibly endangered creature, and
Costas.
You are
do
drawing
see
so
the
many
life-
assumptions right now.
Dude, don't make me drop a second character to take this egg away from you.
Costas, do you see the life we lead? Do you think this is the life for a baby animal to come along with us? Even if it is not aggressive or not
Where's-
dangerous in some way to us?
I'm not saying we need to bring it with us, but like,
No.
I'm just saying.
Where are we going to leave it, Costas?
Where's
your
Priscilla?
nanny? Exactly. Where's Priscilla right now?
You don't know.
That was time mumbo jumbo, okay?
No, it wasn't. You sent Priscilla off before time mumbo jumbo happened.
Yeah, and then we found her at Fort Farron. So I found Priscilla after the time mumbo jumbo. Then time mumbo jumbo separated us again.
But we're back in the time that we were. Costas. No egg.
No, we're
not
we're
taking an animal with us.
not thinking about raising anything. But I'm also
Can I
saying,
see it real
in the
quick?
time being, now hold on.
Yes.
Now, let me hang on to it. It might be dangerous, and I am immune to its acid spitting ways. We're driving ourselves into a lair of an evil, black, curmudgeonly bastard right now. he obviously cares about this thing somehow. It's connected to his lair, and he had a whole bunch of traps and stuff set up. I propose we keep it with us as we go into there. And if we can, if he pops in and we're in position, maybe we point a sword at it or something. Say, hey, get on the ground quick, and then maybe Othala can do some magic mumbo jumbo and bind him real quick. Otherwise, we're going in blind and we're just going to shoot at him.
Like Grugash is the kind of thing to care about its offspring.
First thing, this ain't an offspring.
I'm pretty sure Grugash lives in a trailer, doesn't care.
Dude, I'm just saying he cared enough to have it right here and protected. That's all. He cares at least a little bit about it.
I don't think he was caring about it or protecting it. I literally think it was just serving as a trigger for a trap.
There were 4 big ass swamp monsters right there.
Theory. What if the monsters only work if you have the egg there centralized, and that's how they work for Rugash because he had the egg. He had their egg, and that's what these contraptions for. I still don't know what these contraptions really is for. It's taking something out, putting something else in. Could have been something to mind control them, switch their DNA, extract something. We don't know a lot that's happening. So
Felix has begun to walk forward.
That's a good point. We don't know a lot. We don't know that this thing is going to be a deficit to us holding on to it for the next couple hours. I'm just saying keep it with us and don't just cast it off. It could be useful in some manner, man. Some of us might die here in the next day.
Well, it's an egg.
Advantage we can get.
All right. Yeah, I agree with you. We should just use it. Yeah, we have to go. Felix is leaving us behind.
All right, I'll hang on to it for now. It's fine.
This
Hey,
is stressful.
Soren, have you ever seen
Othala
anything
takes
like
out his
this?
pipe.
You've seen a lot of magic shit.
Well, I have seen magic shit, yes, but I have not seen anything like this. My talents are to the arcanes. It's more of a natural item.
Oh, okay.
I do believe that there was some holds up the syringe reasoning for these. It seems rather odd to place in the head of the creatures that we all faced. So perhaps these had some purpose in trap sprung.
You think this is magical mind control goo?
I mean, there's something in it. Maybe it's a.
No,
maybe it's the leader of a hive mind.
Magical. I think it might be more simple than that. The vines were alive. They were blocking the way forward. I don't know. It'd have to take me a couple hours to really study this and understand it. I didn't get it then, and I don't get it now. Honestly, I'm really just scared of facing this lies ahead from here.
That is a very rational fear.
Israel, are we going? Looks like the rest of them are moved on.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
Quick glance at the egg though. Was there comparing the size of the syringes? So it looked like there was matching like puncture marks on the egg.
No visible puncture marks on the egg.
Well, hally ho to the dragon's den then.
Okay, you begin to press forward.
Okay. Guys, do we have a plan?
I can earthbind Drugash, but I don't know how much that would do. He can swim. I don't know if this cavern can fill up with acid. We have to be careful about that. There's not much we can try to restrict him, control him, but past that barrier, honestly, Joe, it's up for you.
I mean, I just kind of shoot arrows at stuff. Apparently, I can swim in acid now, and I guess that's an advantage if he tries to escape. But even if I do, I'm still just a dude normally swimming around with a knife in my hand. I can maybe poke it underwater, but that's definitely in his element. I don't know if that would actually help us that much. If you want, as long as he's not in there, I'll kind of take a swim around and see if I find anything useful at the bottom. But other than that, I guess just lay an ambush and then start shooting him as he comes in.
All I'm saying is when I fought Ethrin, I felt something that compelled me to try to use the stone. It's not something I can explain. It's like just knowing how to breathe or knowing what a thought is. It just comes to you. If it helps, we'll be right there with you. I know you're just a human, but we're all here too. So I'll be right there with you,
Appreciate
buddy.
that, bud. This is quite the adventure we're on. And hopefully, this guy'll turn into my toilet roll paper. He'll be my holder in my special outhouse.
When this home is completed, please, we all need a tour.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, granted, just given the dimensions, probably the outhouse is going to be the biggest part of it. I don't really need a lot of space otherwise, but if you're taking your morning poo, it'll be quite the sight to have him staring back at you, all stuffed up like.
Yeah, yeah. It would have to be a very big outhouse. I guess that's why they call it a throne, right?
You're goddamn right.
Mm. Yeah. Really hope we make it out of this.
Yeah, me too. Oh man, he's gonna be nuts.
Okay. So we are moving forward. Down the tunnel we go. Felix in the lead. Thea close on the tail. Then Istriel and Soren. Ostis, Thala, fitting people into space. Just creating a little bit of an order of entrance here. I'm going to activate the map. Have it paused. You all can load in really fast before I give you vision for your tokens. So, you are making way down the tunnel. Remember, the tunnel is descending. So, back where this map is kind of entering in, that's when you actually get visible range of this chamber. Because you're moving downward. You can't see. You have to come out. Then it levels off here. There's a crack in the stone and the earth of the vines as it wraps around, and you're kind of coming outwards towards this large chamber. As you're moving at a pace, your eyes and attention are drawn to movement, surroundings, sounds, your ears. There's just nothing. It's the bubbling of the acid and dribbling every so often. There's just silence. Unpaused.
I get to the spot again. I once again cast Fly at 5th level on Thea Costas Israel.
Okay.
Additionally, as we're going in, I'm just gonna whisper them as Joe and everybody's going up, and I'm just gonna whisper on Joe's back. I'm like, all right, buddy, you got this. Just give him a bardic inspiration.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up to the acid's edge.
Before you do that, Soren is going to be using Fly, particularly on themselves, as well as Othala. Kind of in the backdrop, looking towards you, Othala. I know you're casting, and Astriel's already has the flight speed. Looking at you to pass over this. Touches you on the back.
Thank you. And I'll give Joe guidance as well, so just concentrate on that.
Okay.
Got a minute, buddy. Good luck.
Suppose this was useful before. Might be useful now. Anything I can just fly away from the dragon next time. Huh?
Yeah, this will definitely be helpful.
All right, Istrel, you're using mage armor.
Yep.
Okay. So, Dirty Joe, you're walking out to the edge of where this is entering, and you can see that the craggly of rock begins to fall, and it's actually a jump slightly to get to these rocks. They're at the same level here. And then the vine kind of works itself up like bridges onto the central stone ring. The central stone ring that wraps itself around is roughly 6 feet above the acid. Okay? And for this, I'm actually going to be putting down a text. Showcase that.
You see there, guys? It says new text over there.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get the new text going. I love it. It's great.
Somebody spray painted new text on that. It's crazy.
Okay. And then this up here is 20 feet above the acid. Okay?
Okay. Is there any way that I can at least semi-quickly work my way down to the just right where the acid is? I want to try to dip my hand into like the corner of my sleeve and see if my armor is gonna melt off.
Okay. So you come to the edge. This is 1 feet above. So I've put measurements in text so you understand elevation and relevance to the acid level. Okay. You are leaning down and you put your hand in. And as soon as it begins, black draconic scales begin to coating your hand and your armor as they do, kind of funneling themselves in. And you lift it up. You have taken no damage to yourself or your armor.
Well, good news, everybody. I guess I don't have to fight naked if I want to get into the acid. So, at least there's that. With that in mind, I'm just gonna take a look around and see if I can't detect anything that might be hiding, see if there's any kind of like weird movement that I need to pay attention to. Just be like, yeah, guys, let's make sure if I jump in right now, we're not gonna get ambushed, but I think we might have a spearman there too.
Roll perception. $16. Okay. So looking from left to right, acid appears to be calm. There is no movement, except for the vines that are always moving.
Is this easily scalable to walk down, or is that like a difficult climb?
It is easily scalable. You are 1 feet. That rock in front of you is 1 feet. It's simply just a jump. And then using the vines at that point, you are kind of very similar to, dare I say, a playground with a rope netting, just kind of climbing yourselves up to the central ring.
And I'd want to hover around like 5 feet above the ground, or like probably like a foot too, instead of like completely touching the ground.
Everybody but Joe and I
would
can fly, so
yeah,
you guys are fine.
I'd also like to be 5 feet up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just flying over to the platform, staying 5 feet off the ground.
So everyone that's flying is 5 feet?
Yeah.
Soren at this point has kind of fly through and then kind of veered off to the right, just kind of hovering there, staring.
Joe's gonna go for a swim.
So, upon coming to the steps, Costas, in flight with your armor moving, see is the center point of the chamber. Vine begins to unfurl itself. The acid begins to move slightly. Dirty Joe, before you dive in for a swim, the creature begins to emerge from the center point of the chamber. As it begins to unfurl itself, pulling itself out. This is just the head of the dragon and slight of the upper body. Just explodes. And then this actual height of the ceiling grows to encompass its body and size, of just its head, of its unfurling its size. As it begins to look down on all of you. It stares, looking from left to right, the lighting of the acid giving plenty of light and space. With deep socketed eyes and broad nasal openings, the large and impressively massive black worm dragon. Its face resembles a skull. Its curving, segmented horns are bone-colored near the base and darkened to dead black at the tips. Flesh around its horns and cheekbones is somewhat deteriorated, as though its face was ate by acid, leaving thin layers of hide that enhance its skeletal appearance. Its head is marked by spikes and horns. Its tongue is flat with a forked tip. Drooling slime, whose acidic scent adds to the dragon's reek of rotting vegetation and foul water. Its scales are a thick and dull black, helping it blend into the marshes that it calls home. It has merged from underneath with a quarter of its body. As it merges, it whirls itself from left to right and looks down. Motion of the clanking of Cassus's armor sees all of you with a very impressive perception check as it waited in dormant. You all have arrived. I have waited after you have dispatched my dear Trillia. I searched and smelled for your bodies, and I did not find them. But the rangers that fled, oh, they told me much. I have returned here, waiting. Sees the glands begin to burble, and acid begins to billow from their mouths. I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Am
it's
I
on now.
still under the gift of alacrity?
Yep.
Okay.
Still within 24 hours.
Needed it.
Whoa, that dice is like infinitely spinning on my screen. Whoa! That was tripping my eyes. Was that happening on everyone's screen? It was like spinning forever. It was like, zzz.
Mine
Oh,
just landed on an 8 and it was fine.
It was a ghost dice to me. I didn't
My
see
eyes were like freaking out. I was like, what is happening? It was spinning so fast. Okay. Combat begins. Othal, you're up. Round 1.
Great. Okay. I am flying. Okay. Let's see if this will work. I'm just going to cast for right now. So I'm nervous. I'm just gonna cast Mirror Image on myself.
Okay.
And then with I'm going to fly back over here. Is there a gap between here? It's like a ledge of what, 6 feet? You said?
Yeah. So I put the measurement increments. 20 feet of the middle, right at the very highest is 20 feet. That is where this ring is actually surrounding where this dragon has emerged its head from. And then there are 4 vine bridges that kind of work up to it. And the central ring is 6 feet above the acid. So technically you can actually fly and get cover between the acid level and the ring.
Yeah, I'll go below the level, and I'll try to duck down over here. I think. Yeah, 60 over here. That'll be my full range. Yeah, and then turn.
Okay. Ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
I'll call up to Grugash and be like, "You suck," and I'm just gonna use a unsettling words on him.
Okay.
Suck.
You suck.
You're a
He'll
bad
have a minus
person.
D8 from his next saving throw that he makes from anybody.
Bad
Okay.
person.
You're a bad person.
And I'll cast Eldritch Blast.
All right, 22 hits.
I will hit him, and I will use Fury of the Small. That extra 4 points of damage to that.
Okay.
Then I'll make my second attack. That's
Come
gonna
across.
miss.
12. It's a miss. See as it moves its head. First Eldritch Splash just hits, just bouncing a little bit off the scales. Seems to shred some, but not much.
Then I'm gonna walk over to the edge, and if you'll allow it to crawl onto Athala's back as he's flying. I'm like, "Come on, Mama Bear."
Okay.
I don't
So
contest.
I'm also behind the cover. No, I'm a
Okay. So, before we get to your turn, Istriel, dragon is actually taking a legendary action. The dragon is near 110 feet long in terms of its size. A tail comes swinging, whipping out of the acid towards both Othala and Felix as it whips out into your direction. Crashes out of the acid to pin you in to the wall. The attack misses, so Othala, you fly a little bit out of the way with Felix piggybacked. Tail thrashes in and then slides down to the burbling acid. Istriel, you're up next.
Okay. Bonus action blade song.
Okay.
And a little more defensive here. Throw on a haste.
Okay. So you're flying and you're hasted, so that's what, 120 now?
20, yeah. And we're gonna go forward, book it over here.
Wow. Oh, okay.
And that's it.
All right.
You have a hasted action.
Yeah,
Do I
you
have
should.
to-
Well,
Same
so the
thing?
blade, so the blade song's going to be a bonus,
Yeah.
and then your haste is going to be your action, and then haste immediately gives you a free action to either use a dash or you could attack, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'll throw out an attack here.
Okay.
It's a regular swing.
Whoa, that was crazy looking.
I think you were targeting yourself too with it. 22 is going to hit. 9 points of piercing damage is dealt as you stab. Okay.
Now,
I didn't want to do it.
All right. At the end of your turn, Istriel flying in, a tail whipping around again extends outwards. As it does, it swings in the direction again of Othala and Felix. Tail strike is 25. As the tail strike comes through, it whips into both of you, smashing 18 points apiece, prompting concentration from Felix.
We'll have to drop concentration on this fly right now.
Succeeding with a natural 20!
Oh.
Wow! That is so big! I gotta tell you, that's big time right there. And Othala succeeding as well.
I'm just concentrating on guidance for Joe. I don't know.
Oh,
That was,
yeah, we can.
I mean, he has it for this round. I mean, sure.
Yeah, so there's a D4 there to you, Dirty Joe. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're up.
All right, hold on. I have 60 feet, correct, of fly speed?
You do have 60 feet of fly speed. Yep.
Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. I am going to use my 60 feet to get... like here.
Okay, if you're on the measure ruler, you can always hit spacebar, and it'll take you
Oh,
across it.
thank you. I keep forgetting that.
It's one of the things I always say. If I could get a quarter every time I remind Control Alt for advantage, and then the spacebar, which is so sad because Foundry, the native way to move on Foundry without the drag ruler, is literally spacebar on a measure ruler. So it's kind of funny. I love it.
All right. So 60 feet to get there. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull an Ethan, guys. I'm gonna get right between his shoulder blades. Ooh, move. Right between his shoulder blades. Just like
Okay.
sitting on his back. And one stab.
Okay.
Let me target him first. Be useful.
Across to the first strike, 22's a hit. You stab into the face, slicing into the lower cheekbones. You can add sneak attack if you like.
Okay.
Okay. 12 and 13, total of 25 points of damage is dealt.
Yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. So, the end of your turn before we get
I'd
to
actually
Soren.
like to, I would have liked to land on him, so I'm standing on him. Can I
I'm
do
gonna
that?
I'm gonna say that you understand that the dragon is covered from acid right now.
Oh, okay,
But that
so
might not be a good idea.
Yeah.
They literally just emerged from acid. And
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
just covered in it. So that might not be
Okay,
the
yeah.
best.
No, I'll just like hover, like just slightly above him, so that in case concentration gets dropped, I'll fall and then take damage that way.
Okay, so
From-
you want to be above in
I wanna be-
terms of the
yeah,
head.
I'm above like the back of his neck, so I'm trying to stay out of like where he can bite me, like between his shoulder blades, between where his wings are.
Okay, I think the issue with that is that it wouldn't stop the dragon from just like moving its head downwards into that
Yeah,
acid
yeah,
and coming
no,
back
I
up to
know.
bite you, right? Okay.
I
Just
know,
want to
but
make that
then-
clarification. So I'm going to move you up. I'm going to move you up. I'm going to say 20 feet in retrospect to the 20 feet that's already there. So you're like 40 feet up right now, based on the head and the shoulder towards the back end. I'll put you there. Sounds about right. So Soren is actually going to flutter over with fly over here, keeping above about 10 feet in terms of their height. They then are going to use their action here to throw off a fireball. And they're going to do so to implode, not to hit you. Yeah, so really it's just going to come across there. And as it strikes down, sees the dragon succeeds on the saving throw. Oh, we have a saving throw, so I got to roll D10, right? Right, David? D10?
Yes.
Unsettling? Okay. The dragon is going to fail the saving throw. Courtesy of the unsettling words. Take 28 total points of fire damage. As the fireball erupts, exploding, impacting shrapnel pieces of this vine kind of comes towards, and it's kind of a lower end hit in the direction of the head, not too high to hit you, Thea. The Soren flutters over. They then are going to end their turn as the action is spent. So before we come now to you, Costas, the dragon is going to take a legendary action. Legendary action is targeting at this point both Othala and Felix as the tail comes around again to swing, striking through. Come back around. 25 hits both of you. Take 15 points each of bludgeoning damage as the tail comes up, walloping back again to swing as it comes and then begins to slither, retracting back downwards. Othala, Succeeding with your guidance, Felix, failing with an 8. As such, flying has been removed from Istriel, Costas, and Thea. For 2 of you, it's not a big factor here. Simply going to flutter down to your feet. For Thea, it's a huge deal. Thala, fortunately for you, you're given flight by Soren. But you both are not toppling down into the acid. Sees the dragon. Chuckles and smiles. Laughs. Orsivis sends their regard. Costas, you're up.
It's not difficult terrain or anything to cross this bridge here, right?
It is not. Nope.
Okay, then I'm just gonna get actually, I'm gonna take. Yeah, I'm just gonna get 30 feet on that. 2 right here. Then use my action to take a dodge. Kisser.
Okay. Taking action for dodge.
And I'll end turn there.
Ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, well, first thing, gonna make sure that the my transmogrified stone is in my hand. Do I feel anything upon touching it?
Holding the black gemstone here, black gemstone dribbles acid and shows with black draconic scales, glows with a blackish etherealness.
Nothing else? No, no calls to do anything? No weird will?
Nothing that is coming out of the stone to you at the present moment.
Okay, well, in that case, I'm gonna, am I able to hop over onto the main ring here?
Yes.
With just a simple movement? Okay.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that, and then targeting the dragon, I would like, with one of my flaming arrows, to shoot it in whichever eye seems most presented towards me at the time.
Okay. I think the face is relatively front forward, slightly off adjacent in terms of its head. It's got a cockeyed looking over at Othala and Felix. In addition to you, you're going to shoot the right eye. Its head's pointing.
Is there anything special I need to do for that, or just?
No, you're just gonna make an attack roll on it.
Okay. Would it make a difference if I put on Slayer's Prey first or not?
Slayer's Prey is just gonna give you more damage. In terms of calling a shot to hit something, it's really at that point role play. And what damage it's actually gonna do in terms of this large dragon being poked with an arrow into its eye. Right. See to it. So you can mark with Slayer's Spray as your bonus. It'll get you some extra damage on your attack. Fire away. 29 hits. 17 points of piercing and fire plus 2. That's 19 total. The arrow lands, hitting into the eye, glancing off slightly. You see as there's an internal eyelid as well. There's 2 eyelids the dragon has. When it's amphibious, it coats its eye.
I'm gonna shout out again. Focus on me, you ugly sumbitch. I'm the one you want. Right here. I'm gonna shoot it again.
Okay. You going for a shot. 26 hits. That deals 12 points. Can't attack on the Slayer Spray for the second shot. 12 points of piercing and fire damage. Still.
Doesn't pierce its eye, though?
Does not.
Well, I guess at the end of that, I'm just going to give the stone a little shake. Be like, do something, man. We're in dire straits here. And that's that.
Okay. You shake the stone, and a gruff voice emanates from it. Your mind will be torn apart. Just kill it. Now we come to Brugash's turn. Brugash looks towards you, Dirty Joe. I will keep you alive, and you will empower me with the essence of Black Dragon. Sees their mouth begins to burble with acid, and they look to a target directly in front of them. Cost is morning light.
Oh my god!
It's always
Son of a bitch.
Ah!
of course.
As the glands of the acid begin to fill, they begin to grow, and then a large ferocity of acid shoots forward. As it does, exploding from the glands. You are making a dexterity saving throw. Try to get out of the way of this. But you are on the rope vine. As you're on the rope vine, you're dangling, trying to do the best you can. As the acid comes forward towards you, I have a dexterity saving throw coming out. I have you at a 19 on the roll.
I will say it automatically made me roll with advantage. I think that might be because I don't know why that was.
You're dodging.
You're dodging.
Yeah, okay. So, oh yeah, great, perfect.
Okay.
Mart.
Yes, that dodge. I thought it was gonna be useless.
A 19 is a failure.
No.
As the acid explodes from its mouth. Cost this morning light, you were hit by 63 total points of acid as it explodes, coating your armor and your body. You then hold onto the rope bridge, bracing yourself. Still alive. Still there. The acid dribbling off of you as you shake it off. You continue to press forward. The dragon moves its neck from left to right. Which one will I eat first? And then come to you with all and start of round 2.
Which will I devour first?
I'm sorry, I had to throw that in there.
Okay. It's the only plan I have. I can only stick to it right now. Thea is currently falling, right?
That is correct. So, courtesy of some rules on like falling and damage and stuff, they're gonna probably hit into the dragon on their fall, and that'll happen on their start of the rounds. They're right now like in the process of coming down, and then that's happening at the same time. And because they're so close to the dragon in terms of where they wanted to be, they're actually probably gonna like land or hit into the dragon, and from there, it'll be prompted for a roll to see if they can grab on.
Okay. Real quick, I'm gonna look to Felix. Where do you want me to put you?
I'll say here.
All right. I'll fly over, drop Felix right there.
No, I'm sorry. Where are you flying to? I don't know.
Oh, I'm flying to Thea. I'm
Okay.
basically all right. So I'm gonna fly to Thea and land.
So Felix, you're on you're with Othala here.
I'm trying to
Unless
like.
it's gonna slow him down. If it slows him down, I'll get off.
Well, technically, relations of size, it won't slow Othala down at all. So you can be,
it's like
you
a
can
backpack?
choose. Well, there are different sizes of creatures here, so you actually don't have to have issues movement with Felix there. So you all three can be right.
All right. I'm gonna fly like trajectory wise to like fly up from where I'm at to try to hit the 60 feet. Where Thea's falling down. You know, ratio-wise.
Calculate where we got to break out.
Yeah, but I'm gonna try to make it all the way under her where she's falling, and just like with Felix there on my shoulder, try to like just have her land on top. I know it's gonna like impede a lot of weight that's coming onto me, but I'm just gonna like hold both of them there. And then with my action, how far would I be from Grugash? Am I hovering right over him, or am I 20 feet where Thea is?
I would say that you're 20 feet in respective of the 20 feet. So the dragon, again, only some of it's emerging here, and it's also moving and things. I'm probably going to say you're going to be 20 feet to 20 feet, and you're going to be right underneath because you're attempting to intervene when they're landing, right? When they're coming down. So you don't want them to land onto the dragon. Or
Yeah, exactly.
So you're going to be at the same, I'm going to put you at the same elevation as each other and just have you kind of underneath getting ready to potentially intervene.
All right. So, I just noticed I had mirror image up, but all right. So, for my main action, then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna try to see if something's gonna happen. I'm gonna cast slow over Grugash.
Okay.
See if that works. Again, targeting everyone.
Yeah. I was going to say, you could probably put the box over a little bit so it only targets the one, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Everyone, cancel out of your rolls.
Yeah, so just targeting him.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. I got it. I love it. Okay, hold on. There we go. And then, okay. So you're going to throw out a slow spell here. I remove concentration of your spell. Dragon has failed, but they are going to use legendary resistance to choose to succeed instead.
That is fine. Okay. Just one down. And that is the end of my turn. And yeah, 20 feet above Grugash. I'm trying to hold Thea and Felix up for the next thing that happens.
So before we get to you, Felix, here, the dragon is going to take a legendary action. A tail strike is coming out of the acid behind you, Dirty Joe. As it comes to whip you. 15, you're able to dive, duck, and roll, standing back up as the tail smashes into the stone and pulls itself back into the acid. All right. Let me cycle
better than that, you stinky beast.
Cycle through turns here just to reset myself here. Felix, you're up next.
Can you explain what's happening with Thea?
So Thea, so all the round stuff is happening all at the same time. So in terms of falling, what happens here is Thea is going to fall at a certain amount of feet, right? So that per that, and it starts at their turn. So they're going to move at the start of their turn, falling down, and it has a distance there. What I'm saying is because the way Thea wanted to be at the back, above the dragon, that distance is going to hit into the dragon. So they're going to fall and hit into the dragon. Now, I give a check for that if you can grab hold, right? Because then you're hitting in, you can grab the scales and try to brace yourself onto the dragon. So that's in context of what's going to happen. Right now, right, in terms of time, they has lost their flight and they're slowly falling down. And then Othala is underneath and you're on the shoulder of Othala. So Othala's like swooped underneath as they're falling down in between that space of when they're going to collapse into the dragon.
All right. Well, let's see this. Reach out, make eye contact with Costas, be like, let it happen. I'm going to polymorph him into a giant ape.
Okay, you're looking towards Costas to polymorph into a giant ape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Costas, you ready to be a giant ape?
He said that it happened. I have a certain amount of trust for Felix. Let's do this.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second here. Make sure the vision's set up for the token appropriately here.
King Kong vs. Godzilla!
All right, so a polymorph, you are going to lose your orb protection, I believe, but you are going to maintain your dodge. So your orb protection is there, or courage is gone, right? So everything there is going to be off or suspended in terms of what you're able to provide. But your dodge is still there because that was an active thing you were doing, and it still carries over to your ape form. whirl of magic kind of twists around you. Then you begin to grow this whitish fur and this large ape frame as you begin to encompass a huge sized space towering up in feet that is lower than the dragon as it unfurls its head, but you're still there and you can, battle him out Godzilla King Kong style. And you're feeling very confident eventually because you have climb speed as well. So you're like hanging on the rope vines and things really easily here. Felix, anything else for your turn?
Yeah, I'll look down at or up at Grugash. I'm like, but really, you do suck. You hit like a white dragon, and I'll do another unsettling words on them.
Okay.
Thick burn, brah.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Felix, and before we get to Istriel, another legendary comes out. Another tail strike in the direction of Dirty Joe. The same position. It's almost the tail has moved underneath the acid water and now is coming thwacking multiple times. 28 hits you. You take 22 points of bludgeoning damage, Dirty Joe, as the tail comes across, smashing in. You get clipped on the shoulder and the side, getting knocked over and picking yourself up. Istriel, you're up next.
All right. We'll do action for false life.
Okay. Action for false life. Okay.
And we'll just take a hasted swing.
Okay.
That'll work.
Woo!
That's what I...
Beautiful.
13 points of piercing damage dealt. Slicing through the back, neck of the shoulders. It's coming outwards, crashing its neck back and forth.
All right. And then bonus action offhand.
Okay. $25 hits. That deals 4 points of piercing damage.
Oh, chipping away, chipping away.
Okay. Alright, the end of your turn, Istriel, and before we get to Thea, Dirty Joe, another legendary action, and another tail strike. But they're not here. So, I'm going to go ahead and give the roll. We're going to go ahead and move on. It's a natural 20. I think we might need to wait. I need to get back. That's not good.
Mikey has luck, right?
Yeah, we can't. I mean, luck to dodge. Tail strike. I don't know.
To
to get the
reroll.
Make other people, yeah, you can make other people reroll. Yeah, you can give other people the disadvantage. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mikey, are you here with us? All right. A third legendary action taken by the dragon. Another tail strike aimed at you. They have landed a natural 20. A tail strike to you. You can use Lucky to try to impose disadvantage to get another reroll on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That sounds good.
All right. Oh my.
Are
No.
you fucking kidding?
No.
I have
No,
one more
it
lucky
can't be.
slot. I'm
I
using
roll-
it.
I rolled another natural 20 on just a flat D20 roll to get the reroll out. It rolled that 20. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm now out of luckies.
Please,
So you-
Buckwalter.
So you're going to
please.
use it again for another
I'm
reroll.
using it again. I don't feel like being splattered across the pavement right now.
I think we all just need lucky. That's what we're.
Okay.
No.
So the tail. So after the lucky points, getting the rerolls here, your armor class. Let's see, because I'm manually rolling it. It's 18. Okay, so that is going to hit you, but it is not a natural 20 on the roll. After that comes through, you are going to take a total of 14 points of bludgeoning damage from this third tail strike that's been sent at you. As it crashes in, you're kind of twisting your body around, trying to dodge. The acid comes crashing down. All right, Thea,
Yep.
you're falling.
Solid.
So you are coming down in the direction of Othala as well as Felix. They both are underneath you to help and aid, kind of catch you. For this, I'm actually going to allow you to make athletics or acrobatics, and I'm going to give you advantage because Felix and Othala are there to help you. And potentially, it's going to be one of those grabs from both of you, and all three of you are going to be together in half movement speed from here, flying off. Okay?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
I want to get a check from you. I'm just curious to see what the roll is.
Advantage.
And I'm going to give you advantage for it, yep.
Okay. And I hold down Alt for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. 24. No advantage you didn't roll the advantage. It's okay. 24 is good. We don't need another
Yeah.
roll. So, catching in. Sometimes it gets sticky. No worries. Catching in. You eventually grab the three of you. Okay. You're together. Good to go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What else are we doing for your turn?
How close am I to dragon?
So, you're outside of your 5 feet. I'm going to put you right around 10 feet from the actual dragon, the back end of the shoulders. So you're not right up against it, because Othal swooped in underneath you. So you're within maybe a dagger throwing range, maybe whipping out a bow and firing it. But remember, you're having to hang on here. So you and Othal are entwined. So we're talking about, single-handed type stuff.
Yeah, no, so then all I have is a dagger.
Okay.
Or, yeah, and it has to be thrown. Was catching onto Othala, that was my action? Or bonus?
I'm gonna probably put it at a bonus, because I was, I'm giving the benefit of the doubt in terms of falling and then catching, since Othal and Felix are working together with you. I'll probably just say it's a bonus in terms of maybe like your cunning action or something.
Okay. Okay, yeah, then I'll just, as my action, throw a dagger.
Okay. Nice, 23. Throw the dagger. 9 points of piercing, add sneak attack. Israel is in melee range with the dragon, so sneak attack could be provided. 9 and 13. Nice. Total 22 points of damage dealt.
Yeah, and I think that's all I can do, because they're holding on to me.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't move. So.
Right.
All right. That's my turn.
All right, ending turn. We now come to Soren. Soren is going to just slightly rotate themselves, staying over a kind of solid terrain in case they lose the flight. And then they're looking at the battlefield and the terrain. They then are going to launch another fireball. They're going to do so trying to get it so it doesn't target anybody. You all are pretty high up. So I'm going to have it lobbed on the left-hand side here, and that shouldn't target anybody, except for this creature. Okay. The fireball is going to extend. The dragon is going to take 26 points of fire damage from the fireball as it explodes.
Does a minus D8 from its save, just in case. I don't know if it failed or succeeded, but
it failed, so I didn't need to roll it. It already failed. So as the fireball ekings out, that little seed kind of extends and then explodes. And it's just making small detonations to the left side, kind of crashing into the neck and swaying it. And you have Soren taking great care of using the magic not to hit any of you as they're invoking some of this magic, throwing it off, and keeping themselves safe at a distance here to be able to sling magic when they can, and how limited they can do it. Ending their turn. Costas, you're up next.
Ooh.
Ape strong!
Big lizard, die.
Okay. Are you aware of the stat block of the creature, or should I help you out?
I've done a bit of research, 23 strength, got some proficiency or expertise in athletics. Only thing I can really do is multi-attack.
That's
from my
correct.
understanding.
2 fist strikes.
Oh, yeah. That's unless I want to try grappling this thing, but it's got size advantage, so doing that. So 2 fists. I'll just do those both.
Okay.
With those
Ape strong.
Yes!
Natural 20 comes through.
Natural
Ape
20.
strong. Ape strong.
Strong.
Ape strong!
Ape strong.
Fist work.
All right, so I have the first roll coming out here. I don't know what happened to the second. I think you clicked too fast. So the second fist, the first fist comes out where it's natural 20, 49 total points of bludgeoning damage dealt as you run up. Then come in club, one of your fists. You see the dragon kind of shoot backwards, roaring itself left to right, coming onto the fist. Then you come in for the second fist strike. And make another attack.
Is this an advantage, or I'm guessing not?
The dragon is facing you because it actually let its acid breath, and then its tail is extended where its body is going. So its head is actually, it's almost like it's on its back under the water with its head up, and so its tail is wrapped and then going like this. Okay? Coming with a second fist strike, 19, 30 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. So you come across, smashing into it.
Nice.
I think that's all I can do, so end turn, but
Aim
before
strong.
that. Weak lizard, but end turn.
I can only do 79 points of damage.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up.
All right, so that voice emanating from the stone told me just kill it, right?
Correct. And this like rough guttural voice was that if what you're saying would tear your mind apart.
What I'm saying?
What you intended for it to do, it responded to you and said it would tear your mind apart. Just kill it.
Okay. Well, I will have that option in my back pocket then. In that case, I'm gonna move just 30 feet over this way. And it's a bonus action to chug a potion, right?
It is a bonus action to chug a potion.
Okay, I'm good.
No, we're losing them. Roboting. No. Hold on, we need some of this for sure. Everyone, rest in peace.
May Palor guide Mikey.
Hey, Palo got Mikey to get back into this fight. Please, Palo, please.
Please.
What's going on? Like my CPU and RAM usage are fine. My network is under under tolerance. I don't know.
It's your camera. It sounds like your camera's having issues. It's lagging up your Discord.
Yeah, probably. Okay, yeah. No, it's I'm half dead. I'm gonna take my one greater potion to the dome real quick.
Okay.
Where is my prompt for that?
Tapping into your bonus action here. I'm gonna turn off my camera real quick. I'm gonna lift my desk up. Oh. Yeah. So make sure to target yourself and then use your bonus action to chug that potion.
That was probably what was going on. There we go.
Okay, so getting back 16 to you. Good roll on that for sure. That's almost a mat. No, it's not. I was gonna say it's 44. Haha. It's late. Simple math. It's eluding.
I'll take it though.
All right, yeah. You chug it back. Throw the crystal vial down. Feeling good. Some of your wounds healing.
Woo,
strong.
that is the spot. Okay, targeting the dragon again. I'm once again gonna aim for the eyes. See if I can't blind this scaly sumbitch.
31 hits. 15 and 1, 16 total. The arrow lands as you fire it off. It hits into the head region, glances off. Still trying to aim for the eye socket, but the eyelids of this creature, even closed, this creature can still observe and see. Your arrows dealing lacerations and damage up at the head, still not puncturing directly into the eye.
Oh well, it's still doing something. So, second attack.
Second attack coming through. 17. The arrow is unable to connect, glancing to the head. Veers off as it glances through some black draconic scales. It does not penetrate.
Fair enough.
We now come to the dragon. So, the dragon is going to submerge its body. As it does, it begins to pull its head downwards to the base of the stone. Still staying everyone's threat range of Istriel and the ape. And as it lowers its head down into the stone, looks up, its mouth begins to gurgle with more acid. Shoots the acid straight
It
up.
would move out of the threat range of Athala, Thea, and myself, though, right?
That's yeah. So I'm getting at just of the melee that's getting outside of. It's not leaving Istriel, and it's not leaving the ape. It's leaving the three of you as it slithers itself down, pauses, rotates its jaw and its head, and then breathes acid straight up at the three of you. Blowing
So if
the
we
line.
wanted to, we could use a reaction before that happened. The three of us are up in the air.
That's correct.
I'm gonna do it before I go unconscious, so yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
I kind of wanted to say so. Would you rule that? Because I forgot, and it's my fault. I was supposed to roll a mirror image. Would you rule if I roll right now that Felix I could have blocked Felix with my mirror images?
Nope.
I'm gonna say that you couldn't block Felix with the mirror image for the tail that strikes, because the mirror image is only for you. In addition, I can state we can go through the tail strikes if you want, and we can target the mirror images through the D20 rolls if you'd like to. Revert back. I can retcon that for you.
Kind of wanted to use it for Felix, but all right. And would this work for the dexterity saving throw as well for the acid or no?
So mirror image is what you have on.
Because it says if it's targeted by attack or something.
Yeah. So the illusionary duplicates of yourself in space that move with you, mimic your actions, shifting position. Possible to track which one. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So each time a creature targets you with an attack during the spell's duration, you roll a d20 to determine whether the attack instead targets one of your duplicates. Okay? You have 3 duplicates, right? You roll. The duplicates have the AC. The issue here is that it is not necessarily a melee or a ranged spell attack. This is a line of acid that's going to envelop all space of your 3 duplicates.
Understandable.
So we can retcon if you'd like to give you back health if we can target some of these duplicates on the tail strikes.
Yeah, I rolled 2. I rolled a 3 and a 14, so one would have hit me. You could choose whichever one comes back, so it's fine. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got reaction. I can hit him with a dagger.
Okay, I'm going to probably put I think it was 15 was the highest of the 2.
Mm-hmm. So only 1 duplicate.
Okay. So only one duplicate was hit by the tail, and that duplicate would have been destroyed by the first tail strike, and then we can say the second one of the tail strikes came through and right. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to put 15 back to you.
Okay. Dagger.
Okay. It's now cycling up for the reactions. Felix with a natural 1, swinging wildly, trying to hold on for dear life. The back of Othala. Felix, a dexterity saving throw comes out. I'm not going to draw the template down for this, because then I might be targeting more. I'm just going to roll the damage flat. Okay? So Felix, that dexterity saving throw is for the acid breath. Okay. Then I have 15 from the dagger. Dagger is not successful. They have an 11 from the dagger. Dagger is not successful. Dahl, I have a 14 dexterity saving throw. I need you to now make a dexterity saving throw, please. Rolling acid damage. Felix. 21, you have succeeded. Dodging out of the way of the acid as much as possible. You take 25 points of acid damage. You're still alive. Prompting you for concentration of polymorph. And you have succeeded. Ape is still strong. Othala. Have you at a 14? You failed. You take approximately 51 points of acid damage. Good thing reminding me of the mirror image to put health back, because you're now at 3 hit points. There.
Evasion. Right?
Evasion. You take no damage from your evasion. Hiding behind probably Othala at that point. The acid as it explodes upwards.
I'm so sorry.
Mental image.
I'm so sorry.
Wrapping yourself around Othala, flying with wings. Othala looks down at the dragon's mouth as they're weighted down by the two of you, both of you holding onto the back of Othala for dear life, trying to get cover from the impending doom. Othala stands there and looks down and is pushed, the wings fluttering of magic, as it hits you point blank. Bam! As you're shoved into the air, whirling slightly, and then you begin to flutter yourself back and forth. Multiple pieces of your body disintegrated from the acid as you're flying, swaying, barely alive, from left to right. You are barely alive, but you have your friends piggyback onto you. and they are extremely grateful for your sacrifice.
It burns.
So, the dragon at this point is at the base of that 20 feet. You all are 20 feet in the air past that, so you're 40 feet from that point, okay? So you are outside, you're far away from the dragon's head at this point. And that is the end of round 2. Othala, you are up there.
Othala,
Round 3.
shakily. I'm a hero. He's just gonna wow. Fly away. No, I know no one's gonna be mad that I'm just gonna yeah.
That's fine. You do what you need to do, buddy.
30 feet. Yeah, I'm gonna try to land here, and I'm just gonna drop everyone off, and I'm gonna like grab onto the vines there.
So you're gonna drop them all off here.
I'm gonna try to, yeah.
Okay, so you too can move your tokens in any which way around Othala at that point, in terms of where you want to be when they drop off.
What can I do for myself? Why not? And then Odala is going to reverse the time on what just happened to him because he doesn't want to remember this and cast Cure Wounds at 5th level.
Make sure to target yourself, and then
Yeah.
you can cast the spell and it'll prompt you for upcasting. Did we lose Mikey again?
Oh no.
We lost him!
May Paylor guide us.
May Paylor guide us, please. Hold on, we need a little bit of this.
Mid roll. Super
There you
mid.
go. It's for Mikey. Give it for Mikey.
It's better than 3 hit points.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, it's way better than
25 back to you.
And then yes, I don't have any more movement, so I'm just gonna end my turn there. You got it from here. I'll watch over you. It's still acid smearing off Othala. Yeah.
What the fuck you mean we got it from here?
No, I'm done.
I'm gonna just drink a potion of healing real quick. Woot.
So-
Move up here.
Be back
Here.
9 to you.
Bonus action, booming blade. I think I have advantage because of flanking. Didn't roll up in, and we'll just roll.
If you want to crit fish, you can. 23 is going to hit, so we're going to take the 9 points of piercing and thunder damage. And the booming blade has gone off surrounding.
Elliot.
Okay, Felix. At the end of your turn, before Istrel, creature is taking a legendary action. The legendary action is a tail strike. As it begins to rip up. You notice the contortion of its body begins to become very paramount. The tail comes whipping around at the giant ape. It's out of the acid, wallops at your back end. But the giant ape's strong. Only takes 15 points of bludgeoning damage. You hit it to your shoulder. And now we come to Istriel. Istriel, what are we doing?
Keep hacking away just over the link is like, all is right. We gotta finish what we came here to do.
So you have advantage, just same way that Felix had advantage, because you are on the backside of this creature, and the creature is facing the ape, and the ape has initiated the flank.
Alrighty.
I am strong.
Ooh, bad rolls all the way there. 16. You come across, you're aiming for the head as it's swinging side to side. It's picking itself up and retorting. Come across the swing, slicing from left to right. You then go for a booming blade here. Looks like the advantage did work on that one, so we can see it works. That's cool. 21 is going to hit. You deal 10 points of piercing and thunder damage. Can you tack on 2 booming blade effects at the same time? Is that allowed? That's a thing, right? I don't know. Would they cancel each other out?
I don't think you can, because typically when you have overlapping spell effects, just the more powerful one takes precedent.
Okay.
So probably when they move, roll the damage for both of them, and the higher one applies.
Higher number
I
applies.
roll it.
I like it. I'll take it. I've never had 2 booming blades on the same target before, so first time for me. All right, come across. 11 points of piercing damage dealt. Slide, and slash into the head as it picks itself back up, moving left and right.
Not done yet. Alright, this is the bonus action.
Natural 20.
Okay, 23 hits.
Oh,
And that deals 9 points of piercing damage.
9 points of piercing
circle
damage.
here.
He sounds like a kill notification in like Call of Duty or
Alright.
something.
Istriel at the end of your turn, and before we get to Thea, the creature is taking another legendary, and it's rinse and repeat for this creature. Tail strike at the giant ape as it contorts its body. 32 hits you. 24 points of bludgeoning damage smashes into the back of the ape as it crashes into your back. Thea, you're up next.
All right. I am on the ground again.
I'm on the ground again. You are.
All right. If I were to hand off a potion to Othala, not like feed it to him, just hand it to him, that's a free action?
If you're going to feed a potion to somebody,
I am not feeding it to him. I just want
Exactly.
to give it to him.
exactly.
like, hand it to him.
So feeding is an action, taking it yourself is a bonus, and giving a potion is a free action.
Okay, so I'm going to give Othala my superior healing potion.
Okay, you should be able to trade that from your inventory to Othala.
Yes, I will do
Okay.
that.
Cool.
Now, where is it? Where is it?
Thank you.
You know what though? The unfortunate thing
Bye.
is mirror image is happening right now, so I'm gonna need you to roll d20 to see which
Ah.
one you hit. Just kidding.
Which
That
one
was
you
so
give it
That
to?
would suck, right?
They both
Oh.
leave their hands out.
All right.
It
One
falls
goes,
to the
it goes
ground,
through the one of the hands.
Shatters.
Does it work?
Yep. I can
Yes.
confirm it or
Cool.
deny it. Yep.
All right, you got it.
Okay. All right. So I hand that to him. I am going to run up here. So I'm
Okay.
here, past Felix.
Okay.
And then hit this dragon twice.
Okay.
And that's at advantage, correct?
Correct.
He hits the dragon twice.
All right, 27 is going to hit 9 points of piercing damage. Add on sneak attack. That's a nice sneak attack again. Good rolls. 17 plus the 9. That's a total of 26 on the first strike dealt.
Second hit.
Okay. Crossing the second strike. This is taking your bonus action here. 26 hits, and that deals 12 points of piercing damage. Stabbing at the back of the head as it rolls back, you come through, and some of the clavicles of the scales stabbing in, pulling out reddish black blood pours from the creature.
Yep, that's the end of my turn.
All right, we come to Soren, and Soren is going to ignite their hand for a last fireball. They upcasted their fly to a 4th level. This will be their last 3rd level spell that they have available, as they're just chunking as much as they can with their damage spells to provide. They launch another one off, shooting as it develops, heads in the direction of the dragon. The dragon is going to succeed with their saving throw, and as such, they half the very, very bad fireball roll. They only take 11 points of fire damage after resisting. Soren is going to flutter just a little bit, and they're going to pick themselves over here, keeping over solid ground, 10 feet up in the air from this space, as well as not being within a line from one of you, seeing the dragon's breath shooting off in a directional line. They're trying to keep themselves spaced, and you see they're sweating and moving. And again, showing that they were once a soldier, perhaps combat effective to launch some spells that they have available. So they're showing what the best they can do. Costas, before we get to
You're
you.
really trying to sell us on Soren, huh?
Well, I'm not trying to sell you on Soren. I'm trying to give you evidence to make your own conclusions, because there's been so much hate on Soren in terms of what they've
listen.
done. So
Listen,
I'm
if
with
Soren
you.
wasn't sus, I wouldn't suspect him.
So I'm just giving you evidence because you suspect them. So I'm just giving you more to work with.
Mhm.
If you didn't suspect them, I wouldn't have said anything. I would just went through their turn. So just giving you
This
some
guy's
there.
totally legit, guys.
That's totally legit. So, Costas, there is a tail strike coming through. This is a 3rd legendary action from the creature directed towards you. 15 is going to hit you, and that deals 23 points of bludgeoning damage as the tail strike comes through. But the ape, still strong!
The ape is strong.
What are we doing?
Mother Ape hit me harder when I came home late. Then going
Mother ape is not a very nice lady.
Abuse is not love.
Abuse is not
I'm
love.
joking. I'm joking.
All right, fifth strike. 23 is going to connect. Big damage here. 10, 9, 8. Wow, massive damage. 33 points of bludgeoning damage dealt. Just kept smashing through. Takes the blow.
Then second one.
18 is not going to connect. Comes swinging through with the second fist. Whirling, flicks its head back.
Blah, lizard.
All right, ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay. Well, seeing that nobody seems to be in at least split-second danger of dying, I'm going to hold the nuclear option back. I'm going to move another 20 feet over this way. And just yell at old Scaly. Hey! I'm right here. I'm the one you want. We're gonna kill you. I'm gonna put you on my bathroom wall. Hey, I'm gonna poop in your general direction. And then I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. 25 connects. 15 and 3, 18 total on the first arrow.
Is there anything else clever I can do at the moment? No, I want him to see me. So, yeah, I'll just shoot him again. Where he's facing me, or I guess where I'm facing him, is there any area or organ that looks particularly exposed?
The only thing I'd say, it's really just its head. This dragon has been fighting you really with its head and its neck. And then the tail has been coming through from underneath this body of water, this acid, and it's been just walloping.
Is one of its nostrils facing me?
One of its nostrils, the best way, it's a skeletanoid structure with much of its face. So a lot of it's rotten, feathered, and tethered off. You can try to land an arrow in its nostril if you wish.
I'm gonna shoot it right in its nose.
Okay.
Breathe on that, ugly.
30 is gonna land. Can't add the Slayer's Prey, so we have a total of 11 points. Sorry, 14 points of piercing and fire damage. Lands, hits into the nostril briefly, it kicks itself, snorts out loud, grumbles a little bit.
What does failure smell like? Can't be worse than you. I don't know if anybody told you this, but you do not smell good.
And enter.
We now come to Brugash's turn. Brugash. I'm going to roll ahead and roll a d6. Hopefully I can get this to work to recharge, because I had to manually do it. So let me see if I can get it to work. There, it works. Great. Okay. You can see as it picks its head up, gargles, moving from left to right. There is no acid that is billowing from its mouth. It then begins to pick its head up, and then the shoulders begin to slowly unfurl themselves slightly outwards. And the talons of the dragon are coming around between the central ring and the middle ring, right? So they're almost like the hands of the talons of the dragon are coming out like here and here. Okay, so it's kind of coming outwards with the talons, raising itself up. The ceiling is growing slightly. As it grumbles, it looks in the direction. The giant ape for its first attack. A bite comes through. 19 hits giant ape. Giant ape takes 19 points of piercing and acid damage. Then begins to whirl itself, picking itself up, looking at potential targets, 2 of which in melee range. First, claw strike in the direction of Istriel. Claw strike is 17. Istriel, you with a haste, it's kind of sliding and moving out of the way as the talons are coming up around the backside, and then they come down with the talons coming into the rock and scratching and pulling. You're able to get out of the way between some of the talons. So between the two of you, I'm rolling a dice to see if Thea or Felix is targeted by the next claw strike. Unfortunately for you, Felix, this claw strike is aimed at you. Claw comes through. It rips itself. 26 connects to Felix. Then begins to pull, raking 18 points of slashing damage upon Felix. Felix crashed, lacerated through. You've taken quite a bunt and a very bad beating on this fight, targeted quite heavily. Con save coming through, an 8. That is going to be a failure. Ape is no longer strong.
Okay, Thea, we're doing it. We're totally gonna come home.
You see as they begin to laugh You think I can die? Damodar's power was only increasing my potential. As it sniffs the air. Looks from left to right. Still very much alive. Still very much ready to kill you all. Follow. We're at the top of round 4. You are up next.
You're muted, by the way.
Oh, sorry. I was saying I want to drain his resistances, but damage them as well. Yeah, I'm gonna mind whip.
Go in for a mind whip.
Yep.
Okay.
Least risk.
The mind whip comes through. Ooh my gosh, what a roll. 3d6, only 4 points of damage on the mind whip. Creature is going to succeed with a 23 on its intelligence saving throw. It's going to half the 4 to 2 points of psychic damage and take none of the rest of the effects.
Yep. Then as Rugash is occupied, Othala's gonna keep wrapping around. Shit, I don't even know where to go. Yep, I'm just gonna try to confuse him, go a different area, and turn.
Okay. The end of your turn, giving Soren. Soren is going to make you aware, prompting perhaps that there will end concentration fly. Solid ground! Solid ground! Just giving you a little bit of a forewarning. All at the end of your turn, and before we get to Felix. Dragon is taking a legendary. This legendary is a tail strike aimed at Istriel as it comes through. That is going to be 27 to hit you, Istriel. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage, which is going to tap into your false life. Prompt you for concentration. You're going to succeed with a 25 for your haste. Perfectly fine. Felix, it's your turn.
Okay, just gonna move around and be like, is that all you got? I've had diarrhea that hits harder than you. You know, use my last unsettling words.
Okay. Another
Dude, what did you eat?
D10 added. Okay.
My movement, and then I'll do a booming blade on this person dragon thing.
Okay. Come across with another booming blade. Swing the rapier. Trying to get a connection here. Let's see. That's 22. That's going to connect. Coming across with another booming blade. 14 points of piercing and thunder damage as it evokes a shattering effect from the rapier strike. Some of the scales ripping off.
And the reason I moved is I don't know if it does it. Does that cause him to turn towards me? Because
no. So his facing position is going to be static in terms of its body. This creature is very large, and it seems to be rotating its position on its turn only. So it's kind of rotating and then coming through and swinging, and then it's maintaining its space.
all right, no worries. I'm mature.
Okay. All right, ending turn, Istriel. Before we get to you, Dragon is taking another legendary. The legendary is aimed at you. Tail Strike is going to come through. Swing itself through the acid, comes for a large wallop. 22 is going to miss you as you are moving out of the way, sliding into the stone. As it thrashes in, clubbing some of the stone and vine off, it pulls itself back into the acid. It's your turn.
Alright. Keep hacking away, Abel.
Okay, keep hacking away. No advantage is given to you right now because you are in the front of it. It can be between Felix or you that's initiating the flank because both of you are in the forward sight positions. We draw a line through the target. 21 is going to connect. 6 points of piercing damage is dealt. Booming Blade coming through. Booming Blade, 11 is not going to hit. Swing, connect once with its jowl, pulls its health back. Come upwards with the Booming Blade. 24 is going to connect. 5 points of piercing damage. The successive attacks hasted. Not many hit, but you're able still coming across the jowls with little lacerations, pierces, and scratches. Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay. I am going to circle around him, staying within his range, but circling.
Okay.
4, 5, 6. So I'm going to end up here, I think. If I counted that right. Circling around. And then I am going to hit him twice.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and draw a line freehand through the target so we can kind of understand in terms of where the middle of this token lies, because this token is absolutely massive. So we're going to understand. You actually are in a flank position through the token. So you actually are behind the token in terms of flanking, so you have advantage.
Awesome.
Okay, 20 is going to be successful in connection. 9 points of piercing damage at sneak. Sneak attack damage comes through, a 9 and 13.
All right, second hit.
Okay. Second hit, 29, is going to hit 12 points of piercing damage. As you come across, the head is turning back in the direction of Istril, so the swings in the front, grabbing the flank, you come in through one of its ear sockets. You grab, tearing a bit of it off, and it rakes itself from back left to right, blood pouring from it.
All right, and that's my turn.
Okay. We now come to Soren. Soren is going to move slightly closer to the target here. They're then going to take a look in terms of their distance, kind of ranging spells. And they go, blast. All right. Continues in their fly, coming up close to the target to get in range for their spell. They then are going to drop concentration of their fly, dropping both you and Othala from their fly here. Adjust elevation speeds in terms of what they can do. And then Soren is going to target the creature with a Maximilian's Earthen Grasp. Her hand, as it reaches out of the stonework of the vine, it's going to come outwards, kind of growing and grab onto some of the scales and some of the horns of the creature to hold its head in place for a potential restraint. I don't know what all that damage was about. That was crazy. It like re-rolled the dice like multiple times. Like it's all the same. That's pretty crazy.
You made it mad.
Was it like a level 9 of Maximilian of Earthen Grasp or something?
No, it's kind of like they're like, hey, we can't process the dice, so we're gonna roll it more. Okay, so creature comes off with a strength saving throw to break out of this grasp. A D10 was rolled because of unsettling words. It was a 10 on the roll. The 10 subtracted means the creature is going to fail. The creature then is going to expend a legendary resistance and choose to succeed instead. Upon the Maximilian Earthen Grasp coming through, one left. If you're keeping track. So, as it succeeded, it is not restrained, and it takes no bludgeoning damage. Okay? The hand is an action. You cause the hand to reach for a different creature or to move to a different unoccupied space in the range, and the hand releases a restrained target if you do either. So the hand, if I recall correctly, is still concentrated, it's still there. And Soren can invoke to try to continue to grab at the creature. Okay? Soren has to be close enough to get to the creature. Soren's here on the ground. The fly has ended. It's now or never, I suppose. I see them sweating, looking from left to right. Holding out their hand, concentrating on the hand. As they
And
end their
good buddy, take it
as they
down.
end their turn, and before we get to you, Costas, another legendary action is taken, a tail strike in the direction of Istriel. This is their third legendary action of this round. Natural 20 comes out as the tail whips in the direction of you, Istriel. As it smashes and wallops you, it deals 32 points of bludgeoning damage, crashing through, hitting you in the shoulder, and coming you falter to a half knee, prompting concentration. You have failed your
I
haste.
should have advantage on that.
Because of work, you have Warcaster, right?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and give me another roll then. Warcaster for MIDI is bugged. I'm investigating it this week, along with other modules I haven't had time to really work through. So the 19 comes through. The DC, I think, is 16, so that's going to be successful. I'm going to put concentration back to you, and then I'll apply the hasted effect. Nice reminder. There's another person in another party that has Warcaster as well, and I noticed it wasn't working, so. Costas, it is your turn.
I am just going to use my lay on hands to heal myself for 50.
Felix raises arms.
What? You can. I can't reach him.
Yes, you can.
Oh wait, that. Oh, I thought he was farther away. Never mind.
No.
Never
We're
mind.
not saying lay on hands. David, go ahead. You out of character. You can say it.
I thought he was
So-
farther away. Never mind.
Say it.
No, I'm saying attack the dragon because it's near death and you're a hard hitter.
Mm-hmm.
But you do what you want.
It's near death. That's probably still like 100 health.
No.
Fine. Okay.
Luke.
I'm just
Okay,
saying
everyone. We
it's
can't meta. We can't meta. We can't meta. We got Luke. Let Lucas play the character. We're just.
Would I have advantage my current position?
You do. You have the flank. The creature is backside towards you.
Fine. Okay. I'm gonna use a. Actually, no, not. It's not worth it. If we're killing it quickly. So advantage. I'm two-handing it, so I'll unequip my shield after my turn. Just Alt and V. 16. that
27.
hits.
It's gonna hit. Are you doing
Then
Divine
I'm
Smite?
I'm gonna throw on a third level Divine Smite.
Third
Okay.
level Divine Smite. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun right now.
Okay, third level
What,
Divine
18
Smite
damage?
comes across for a total of 29 points of bludgeoning and radiant damage. As you smash into the creature, hits into its back of its neck as it rolls itself from left to right.
Then I will make another attack. This time I'll pop on. Actually, no Great Old Master. Same thing again. Just Alt V. Attack again.
Okay.
That's 23.
23 is going to hit.
Then a second level this time.
Okay.
For 17.
8 and 9, 17 total points of damage as you rake against the back of its head. Multiple fragments of black draconic scales explode out the back of its head. You notice there's no shadowy aura about the dragon right now. This is just a plain black dragon, it seems. You come across the back of the head, the radiance incinerating some of the scales, lets out a slight roar up into the air. You notice it's bleeding from multiple wounds of itself, and it's looking in dire straits.
Then I will just use my bonus action to pop a potion of greater healing.
Okay. $17 back to you. Go up to 47 total.
And enter.
Ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Once again, aiming for the eyes if I can.
Okay.
Just
You're more
looking
towards the
down
back of the ear sockets, maybe. It's where you're kind of looking at here, unless you make your way further north to try to get towards the eyes. But again, just relating to you and what you're observing is that there's two eyelids of this creature. This creature's amphibious and it always really has an eyelid over top to protect itself from the aqueous environment. So your arrows are kind of hitting into that, lacerating it over time, but it's not really puncturing through.
Yeah, still though, I only need to get through once, and he's partially blinded. Slayer's Prey is still on, right?
Correct.
Okay. It's a pity I don't have any third level spell slots left, but needs must.
All right, 23 is going to be successful. That's going to deal 15 to 17 total points of damage, landing side of the head.
And once again.
It's going to be 29. That is successful. No Slayer Spray, 15 total dealt.
Stay down, you ugly bastard. Your card is up.
We now come to the dragon's turn. The dragon begins to move left and right as it shimmies itself. Fused, slight, as it shakes. Moving its head. It is going to go ahead and take a disengage action as it begins to pull its head. It is going to submerge into the water. And as such, I'm going to move it one tile to trigger the booming blade that's currently impacting it, I believe. That's still on, right? Okay. There's a total of 13 points of damage from the booming blade. I'm going to move it back into its current position where it was before. There. And as it submerges and splashes in, large funnel of acid explodes out as it begins to rain acid around the lair. I need everyone to make dexterity saving throws except for Dirty Joe. Okay. So as the acid begins to spill outwards, you are dodging, getting out of the way of most of the large splashing as best as you possibly can. Thea, you take no damage with evasion. You're able to nimbly get out. Felix, 15. You are going to take only 2 points of acid damage as this expunge. Not much. Athala, 17. Same way. You take 2 points of damage from the acid. This is an area of effect type of thing. Doesn't work with your mirror image here. Istriel, 20. You take 2. And then I have Soren taking 2. Everyone's succeeding here. Except for Costas. Costas, you take 5 points of acid damage. You then begin to hear the movements in the earth. As it is, it seems to be shifting and such. As things are beginning to change slightly. Where is the dragon? It's unclear. The ceiling begins to space and move slightly, and acid begins to slowly begin to fall down, and acid begins to fill, just like it happened in the other chamber. It's unclear where the dragon will emerge as you begin to think and wonder. There is none that needs to happen then. The head explodes outwards, the back left corner of the chamber. As it explodes outwards, it turns and looks. The breeze swaying from side to side. If I can consume you, then you will all be swallowed up in the acid of this lake, and your bodies will never be found. Looks smiling. Ends the turn with all you're up next, round 5.
You're muted, Jay.
You are muted.
Sorry. Bonus action, take the healing potion you gave me.
Okay.
And to see if this will work. Why not? I don't know if this would help everybody, but sure. I'm gonna cast Vortex Warp and Gagesh. Placing him. Yeah. Placing him here. Try.
The DC set of 17, creature succeeds with an 18. Absorb is not successful.
Cool. Then and try to, with half my movement, can I climb down? Like try to grab on the vines on the side of the ledge.
Climb down in terms of getting cover?
Yeah, like just come down and grab onto the vines instead of being on the flooring.
Yeah, so you reach down and you begin to feel, and the vines are covered in tiny little thorns, just like the ones at the wall. They will lacerate you. Attempt to hold on to and move through them.
Oh, so I'll just stay right here behind Soren.
Okay.
Turn.
Felix, you're up next.
Hey, with 30 feet of movement, I think I can get to Costas. I think 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'll get up to Costas. I'm gonna say, go kill him. I'll use my 3rd level spell, cast Fly on Costas.
Okay.
That's all I got. End turn.
Ending turn. Istrel, you're up next.
Alrighty. Well, give it a shot. I'm gonna start running down this way. And then when she gets to this point, we'll disappear and try to do a Steel Wind Strike.
Okay.
Level.
Natural 1. My goodness. Faith, you've actually had the most bad rolls of the night, it seems. The natural 1's coming through. Natural 1, unfortunately, as you come through Steel Wind Strike, prompt begin to warp and attempting to target the creature. The creature swings side to side, you disappear for a brief moment, and then you reappear.
Alright, I don't think I can. You know what? Hasted action.
Yep,
Thanks.
you do.
Yeah.
Coming across with the short sword strike, 24 is going to connect. It deals 7 points of piercing damage.
And offhand.
Bonus. Coming across to the bonus action attack here, 23 is going to be successful. 8 points of piercing damage dealt. Alright. Yeah, you're up next.
Okay. I'm going to run 30 feet, which I think gets me here. I think. Hold on, let me count. Right in front of Costas. Okay. I am going to bonus action insightful fighting.
Okay.
Actually, no, I am. Yeah.
Is this to gain sneak attack? Is that what you're trying to do?
I was going to, but then I realized Istriel was there.
Istrel is there, so the sneak attack is still provided being in a range of a character. Yep.
So never mind.
Okay.
But I am going to make a short bow attack against it.
Okay, coming across with a short bow attack. Go ahead. Short bow comes through. 16 does not land. As you fire the bow, pulling back, zipping it. The head turn, getting into a heavily armored part of the nostril.
And you said running over these vines is not...
It is not difficult terrain, no.
Okay, so... I think I can get just here. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll end my turn. End turn, please. It will not let me end my turn.
Yeah, my thing's pretty lagged up right now, so. There we go. Alright. So we're now coming to Sword. Soren is, let's see here. I have to refresh here. I'm going to close that and give a refresh out. It's pretty locked up. Considering the stream view isn't locking up, it's just the browser. So must be a bug with the cache or something. So we are coming to Soren's turn. Soren, looking at what they potentially can do here. They're actually
Fireball on the party.
What's that?
Cast fireball on the party.
I know, right? They are going to let's see, in terms of distance. Let me measure out for measure rule. I think we're pretty close. Yeah, 90 feet. Okay. They are going to throw out a sleep spell in the direction of the creature, seeing its weakness, that it's essentially showcasing that it's in a dire straits and a dire mood. Now potentially is the time. They take their hand, casting magic out in the direction of the creature. 90 feet is the cast, which is going to catch it into slight of the aura. It's going to be like right there in terms of 90 feet from Soren's current position. The sleep spell comes out. The roll is only 17. Fortunately, it's not able to dragon to sleep. Soren throws at the hand, the explosion of this fantastical lights. Dang. I honestly thought that would work. Give us a fighting chance. And then they begin to rotate themselves 35 feet away to the north side, just getting some space and distance. Costas, you're up next.
So I just want to check something for. Do you mind if I write on the board quickly?
Are you trying to get a measurement of how far you are?
I'm trying to more like check if where I want to go would be flanking or not.
Yeah, I can draw a freehand in terms of what it's facing.
Yeah, so like if it's facing that way.
Yeah.
And Istriel is engaged in combat with it, so.
Mhm.
Okay, so there's no way I can get flanking then. I'll sort of go. Okay.
I don't. In terms of flanking, Istriel has taken melee attacks at it. So anything behind that line, so to the south of that line, would have flanking in current position.
Oh, so anything to the south of the line you just drew?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh,
drew
okay,
it.
yeah, so I can't get there.
Yeah.
Okay, never
Fly
mind.
60 feet, right?
Yeah. Sorry, yeah, I'm still getting used to these. Okay, yeah, right there. Thanks, David. Yeah, I've been eyeing that up. Okay.
Everyone ping it. Ping it for me.
David, yes, I eyed up. I was thinking I'd have to go farther, like all the way to the corner, but yeah, no, that works. So right here, if I have flanking, I'll pop on Great Master 2 for the first swing at least.
Okay.
Alt V. Do this.
Holding down Alt for the first attack, 9 is not going to be successful. You come across swing flying with your magical wings, gearing as the dragon pulls itself back.
That one to hit, but didn't hit very well. Okay, same thing.
Costas coming through with the secondary attack.
18.
24 is going to connect.
Okay, then a second level smite.
Okay.
Just to kill this thing a bit. For that, that's good. 16 damage there.
All right, total of 34 points of damage is dealt. As you come through with your swing, flying, you miss once. As the head comes back, you come across again towards the head. How do you want to do it?
As I fly in, I want.
Dragon Slayer!
As I fly in, I want to suddenly kind of like dodge to the side and hit it in the jaw with my mace and like smash off its lower jaw.
Okay. So you come across, smashing off its lower jaw, then crashes into the side of the cavern. It takes the 34 points of bludgeoning and radiant damage. As it hits into the cavern wall, you notice the vines slowly begin to stop moving. And as such, there's this steady falling of acid from the ceiling. This chamber, as the dragon hits in, begins to slide as it begins to slowly submerge. It's the end of combat. It's unclear in terms of how much time there will be before the vines cannot hold. The magic that's filled into this place no longer. The walls have stopped moving immediately on the death of the dragon. The dragon's beginning to submerge into the acid.
Yeah, great job. And I'll put my arms up like a baby wanting to be picked up by their mom towards Cassis and say, come get me, please.
Okay, I'm gonna go pick him up. Do we have a way of getting the dragon's body out of here?
I can swim.
Healing words too.
Forget about the dragon for now. Let's get the hell out of here. Also, we got him.
We did.
Acid begins to
The
dribble.
door over here.
Begins to fall down. You see as there is two portcullis-like gates to the western side, two levers on the south and the north end, in addition to the other side of south and north end. Two levers for the same purpose.
I'm gonna pick up Felix and bring him with me.
All right, where did you say the levers? They're just right in front of this thing?
They're in. That's basically showing you a rocky outcropping, and then they're in the interior of that. Bam, bam. Okay. They're going to open the series of portcullis gates, and there's two on the other side that do a similar thing. Okay? So as the dragon's body begins to submerge and the acid begins to dribble down upon this layer, the magic has been diminished and removed completely. The dragon begins to slowly, the last bit of the head, topples into the acid. A slight little burble and gurgle. And upon
Sir
that,
Othello, get a good mental image.
Dragon.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing.
Dragon is gone. No horde spotted in this lair. As the lair fills with acid, the ceiling more puncture spaces, the vines begin to tear, begin to move, they begin to separate out. Grab the levers, pulling them up. One gate, open. Then you begin to press away from the space. And after only a minute of time, the ceiling of the cavern, the chamber of the dragon's lair, vines do not hold. And the acid begins to flow like waterfalls, filling into space. And you begin to ascend this tunnel. You hear the acid spilling and filling the tunnel you're currently in. You pick yourselves up into a half run, to a full run. Outrun the acid. It begins to fill the large chamber and press forward into your tunnel. Eventually you reach high enough elevation of the tunnel, your relevance to the level of the acid. You can see it burbling and moving the tunnel of your backside. Walls here are stone. The vines have quickly withered and pulled themselves dried and decayed. The drips of the acid lake above you still present. With that, we're going to go ahead and end the session. That way, we're after our time, so it seems like a good stop. See what we're going to do next year.
We killed Grugash.
It's a dragon slayer now.
Costas.
Well, my characters at least became
Felix is a dragon slayer. Israel is a dragon slayer. Soren is a dragon slayer. Lots of dragon slayers. No.
No. Othala's an acid shield. That's what he is. Okay.
That was probably. I'm totally. Yeah. I'm gonna highlight that moment for sure. Make a clip out because that was so the role the theater vibe of that is just so ridiculous to think about. Like literally, you're like Felix is like climbing on your back like a little baby child.
Spider monkey around Othala.
And then like spider monkeys around you, just like you're like, oh god, please.
I gave you
Yeah.
no.
What?
GG,
Can you imagine if it was greater than their HP and then you started falling?
That's what I was like, no, I'm going to die.
The dragon's mouth still open.
Yep.
No.
Yep.
Guys, I didn't take any damage in that fight.
Well done.
Good for you.
Yeah. I probably lost, double my health.
I'm so sorry. I gave you a potion.
I went down to 5. Othello, what'd you go down to?
3. Yep.
That'll do.
Could have been pretty bad. I think the criticals coming out, especially in the giant ape form, was really clutch. That was some good damage. We had a couple other criticals. I think Dirty Joe's just static plunking away with the arrows was high. It was really good.
Israel had a couple criticals too. And
Israel had criticals. I think everyone just like rolled kind of towards like the middle to fight, and then after that point was like rolling really well. And then I think we had from Israel. I think we had the Steel and Strike that could have just finished it off right there.
Yeah.
But so anyways, nice work, everybody. Y'all did it.
Hell yeah.
Did 4
David,
damage.
Coming in clutch with that polymorph.
Yeah,
Great
that's
idea.
That
nice.
polymorph
Their
was
asses.
great.
David saved it. Yeah, David's like, it was someone doesn't use all their stuff.
well, I saw you go down to like a third. I'm like, oh, we can't have our tank.
I know.
low on health. That doesn't work.
So
I mean, like I was planning about.
I don't plan to do damage as Felix. I plan to let help other people do damage.
It works.
Yeah, like I was thinking, like, how am I going to heal back to full in my next turn? But,
the lay on hands thing, I hope Lucas taking it a hard way, but I was with David on that one too, being like, are you serious? You have you got the advantage, you got all these spikes, just smack it, baby.
yeah, I know, but it was like, I was like, this thing probably still has 100 health left. There's like, a lot of us are grouped up. If this thing gets one good acid breath, it might take half the team out. I want to be here to do some emergency heals.
It probably did, but you did like 50 points of damage to it, and that's the only reason why you killed it the next round.
Yeah, so you did that damage, and it again. I talked about 3 themes of the game, right? One of which is realism. The dragon hasn't been afraid of death pretty much its entire life, and now it's like swaying side to side, being brutalized by a giant ape and all these criticals and all this damage that's being dealt to it, not mentioned conditions and things. And it literally plunged itself down to escape, reemerged, potentially get another breath off to hopefully finish you all off, or maybe even get in a better position to finish you all, eat you. Cave in the lair, baby. Do something. It's a sadistic kind of tendencies and personalities is already showcased, and you finish it off. I mean, you might have not, if you used lay on hands, Lucas, you might not have finished it off, and the Dirty Joe didn't land the arrows. That was a great chance that there was a lineup for that acid breath coming in. So that's a big deal, and it all adds up. So I think you all, again, did really well. Finished it very fast, very efficiently, too, with some of that damage. That's awesome to see.
Oh, speaking of sadistic behavior, are we going to be able to get that dragon body back for like crafting?
Zell,
Come back for it.
go home.
No,
No,
Joe
Zell.
is for
No.
Joe needs his trophy. He can breathe through acid. Joe's
Yeah.
going back for it. He'll
Yeah,
saw that fucker off.
That's I was imagining in my head like Dirty Joe's probably at the surface of wherever we're gonna end up here, right? And you just see like the lake, and you're just like, I'm going in.
Yep, that's gonna be the start of next session.
Coming for you.
Bring me back some scales. That's it. Bring me back some scales.
I want like a bit of everything. I want some talons, maybe some teeth. Grab me some scales too.
I
like,
can only swim with so much. They're a
We
priority.
could do multiple trips.
Joe is now a pack horse.
All right, do we want experience points, huh?
Yes.
Okay. If people need to hop off, because we are pretty past the time, I know Faith and David as well. So if you both need to hop off, it's totally fine. I'm going to calculate experience points, and then I'm more than willing to drag them into your character sheets if you'd like.
Good job, guys. We didn't die. All our characters are alive. I was so scared.
Oh yeah.
Michael, did 18 hit the creature?
Nobody went unconscious.
18 did not. Are you talking about, did 18 hit the creature? The attack roll? 18 did not hit the creature.
I think it was 20, right? I think it was 20.
I think it was somewhere between 19 or 20. That's why I got its AC guess down to, but I couldn't.
Something.
Might have been 19, but I don't think we ever got 19.
Those
So I-
saves, though.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man. I was like, I got 19 dex saving throw. I'll be fine. No, you aren't. What?
Or Grugash's saves too. 23 wisdom save, 22 intelligence. Oh my god.
Thank God
Grugash.
for Lucky, the most broken feat in the game.
Back-to-back luckies. Yeah.
What we need is we need to be able to stack lucky feats, and we need everyone to grab them.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like, if I ever re-roll a character, if I'm in another campaign, I'm gonna roll some kind of a leprechaun. Just get lucky plus halfling luck traits and all that jazz. Dude, I remember when I was first jumping into this campaign, I was like, I know nothing about D&D. What's a feat? What are these things? There's a list of stuff, and I saw lucky. I was like, that seems broken. I'm
It
gonna
is.
take that.
It is broken.
Yeah, it's considered overpowered. Yeah.
Especially on my type of build, it's super broken. It basically gives me like 5 rerolls a day.
But yeah, like I know there's like some builds, their basically entire goal is to become the DM, and they just go full halfling, lucky, either chronomancy or divination wizard, and just
So
reroll everything.
3,725 experience each put you at 73,431 experience total.
Boom.
Oh,
We
we're
killed
so
a black
close.
dragon. We didn't even level up.
I have to say,
This is what happens when you don't play milestone.
I think we might have got more XP from the death knights.
If we did milestone leveling, you all would probably be at least 3 levels below its value. So
Oh, really?
I would be so biased against you. I would be so biased.
You don't deserve a level up yet.
This keeps me fair. In terms of the experience that was awarded for the knights, that was actually cumulative from 2 different sessions, I believe.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
true.
So that added up to. This is just one section of this in terms of imagine if you accumulated this with last week's stuff, right? Added on.
Yeah.
Well, I hope if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Hopefully, it's been fun watching the Wayward Ones work through what I thought to be an actually relatively simple puzzle trap, but ended up being a little bit complicated for you all. That's all right. We got the things going. We got it going. It's all that matters. And then we found the dragon, and we killed the dragon. So if you like what you saw, come watch us again next week, Saturdays at 4. Really appreciate it. 4 p.m. PST. And we'll see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Never die.